Greetings gamers, welcome back to Glorf Gaming. We're continuing our Medieval Dynasty run where we have reached, I believe, autumn or fall of the third year. Let me start up my chat monitor. Actually, we don't have that running right now. And I think, I'm actually not sure where I left off. We're going to hope there's something that kind of guides me on my way when I get in here. Load this up and open up the chat. Throw that here. Okay. Well, if it ever loads. There we go. Alright, so I was making planks. I think I'm getting ready to go, and I've got to hit the mines to the north. I have to build at least 2 houses and a mine there. So that should be more than enough planks to handle that. Let me make sure real quick before I go that I have what I feel is a reasonable amount of tools, since they are running out of tools has been a potential issue. So we've got bags, we've got bronze hose, we've already scythed everything, so they don't really need that, but we have that. There's animal feed here for them to take out to the respective animals that are actually producing something now. We have a rather large supply of buckets here, so let me take those and we'll refill those before we go out. So what I don't see, let's see, we got fishing spears for the one guy that has fishing. What I don't see that's throwing up red flags is I don't see a shovel at all, and I don't see axes. Also mining picks. So how many bronze bars have I got ready to make stuff with? Only 4. How much? Got 11 copper bars, and that doesn't look good. I've got no 10 bars and no 10 ore. So I absolutely have to get out there. Okay, I've got 1 iron axe in there. So let me get, I need to make at least 1 bronze pick for myself to use. I need to probably make at least another bronze axe.
Oh. Hey, I was using that.
Alright, I've got these people making things as well, so I can't just...
Once upon a time, there was a boy with a...
So there's an axe, should be making more axes. Let me get 1 bronze pickaxe and 1 bronze axe. Gonna have a problem where they're gonna run out of bronze really quick here, so I need to get up there fast. You know, even making that's gonna take away the last bronze bars, and she's not gonna be able to keep making more tools. So as quickly as I can. See, I'm curious if maybe, if I'm lucky, she's about to crank out probably another bronze axe anyway. I doubt I'll get that lucky, but let's see where we are in the production. No, not in here. There. Production, smithy. So they're actually really close to the bronze axe, the bronze hoe, and the bronze pickaxe. I hope they've already used up the materials for each of those. Let me go ahead and No, we'll leave that. I just need to get them the resources and then get back and probably make a bronze shovel. Resource storage I can see off in the distance, which gives me a nice good marker on where to run to. Actually, that's actually the food storage that has the more defined roof. Resource storage is actually a tier 1, so I need to upgrade that. If I have enough planks left over, I'll upgrade that. But for now, we need to get, first things first, I need to get more tin out. So 6. I need to get a couple tin deposits out there just so that they can start making bronze again. Tin deposit. Copper, alright. I certainly don't have a lot, but let's get them making some. Have 1 bronze bar left now instead of the 2. Alright, so if we start this, if we go back into management, smithy, work, so because they're not going to make it very far, that. I'm going to stop that totally. I'm going to let them keep making the bronze hammer, but I'm going to slow that down tremendously as well. That down like 5%. Now they need to get caught up on 10 bars, so we're going to set that to 30%. Bronze bars to a little bit less than that, at least quantity-wise, so 30%. And then, we're going to bump it up, we're going to bring it 40 and 40. And the rest will go into copper. Wow, copper bars are just super easy, okay. Let's go 50 here. Which still is fewer than the 10 they're making. You know what, for right now, because there's not enough 10 bars to even make one, I'm going to give them a very short time of 100%. Essentially until I see that they've made a 10 bar. I think it shows when they collect stuff, and it should show when they make stuff. What time are we at? We're still middle of the day. Should be working. Alright. Because they're making enough, it shouldn't take them long at all to make 110 bar to sort of prime the pumps, as it were. Smithy. Go a little bit longer. Alright. That's absolutely enough time that they would have finished at least the one bar that I was looking at there. And they've started on another, so I'm going to come back down. I'm going to bring it a little bit higher to the 40%. I'm going to do bronze at 50. And then I'll get the remaining 5 for copper. So it's not much, but I wish somewhere would show what I have in storage. I know there were like 11 copper bars at least, so this is essentially a full day that they can work like this before they run out of any of those resources. Of course, that is assuming that I get them enough tin to be able to crank out that value, which they will have, because very shortly I'll deliver the rest of this tin that I've collected before continuing on to the clear out the mine. Here we come down, and here it's a little cleaner. They have 410 ore, and they're basically cranking out the tin just before they're converting it into bronze. Let's get that's 20. That'll last a little while. Should last long enough for me to get the rest of the mine. Go in and we double check. Now we should see that it's going to complete the 10 bar before it completes the bronze bar and needs another 10. So we're always going to be a little bit ahead on making the 10 before it needs it. Not by much, but a little bit. Just enough for it to keep working for right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mine up. Actually, do I have, because I need to try to save this axe. I don't have anything that's going to let me hit harder. Nope. No strength potion, no plum something. Oh well. I'm actually going to go ahead and have to go back before I do too much more mining. Curious, how am I doing at getting it's over here, the smithy 3, so I can actually deal in iron. Still got quite a way to go. So even though I'm going to have the mine up and running, I'm going to be getting plenty of iron if I want to. I'm going to be having very limited use for it still. The big thing I'll do with the mine is I'll have them working and collecting copper and tin. Specifically, once you have the mine up, you can just set what percentages you want, and I can get them to gather more tin than copper, even though these mines always have more copper than tin. The mining works just like, say, the logging of trees does. If you go around and you cut down trees, they actually get cut down, and you only have what's available locally. If you set up the wood shop and have somebody working it, they get to cut trees non-stop, even if the trees aren't actually there. They're still effectively cutting them down. Same way the excavation shed works, you can get mud and limestone without actually being anywhere near a source that would legitimately give you mud or limestone for you to work it yourself. Alright, that clears out the mine. Get up, deposit these off. Copper ore gets dropped, stone gets dropped, salt gets dropped off, and most importantly, tin gets dropped off. Alright. Now what I'm going to do is, they've gotten a little bit of the ore done. Management, wood, smithy. Specifically because I know axes were a problem and they didn't get more axes. There's also a bronze shovel that needs to probably be made at least one of. Not that I'm going through shovels fast, so don't think it's a big problem. We're going to bump these down enough. So let's say we're going to make 6 bronze bars. So I need this to be just above 6. There, this one we can have a little below 6. It already is. So we're still cranking out the tin bars faster than we're cranking out the bronze. We are going to do a shovel and a bronze axe. I need to get going. I've actually got a fair amount of hose. I made quite a few of those. Let's do a pickaxe too. So I want this to be like barely getting made. I think that's probably, let's do it where it's one a season for now. That's probably more than enough. Gonna make this where we can get up to 1 a day, and can we get up to 1 a day here on both of them? Doesn't look like we're quite gonna make it, so let's bump this down just a little bit. Let's bump that up there. So we're getting almost 1 a day on pickaxes and axes, which we're going to need more pickaxes really soon because I'm about to transfer people over here to getting these materials, but I can crank out some to get us up to speed. We need to build, this is going to be extraction, and we can build a mine. So let's drop that here. Let's throw down our planks. Thought it did, but I think I'm still okay. Alright, so I need 144 still. I think I have all the planks on me. I don't think I actually have any. I have 156, so we're good. Build things, we need houses and simple stone houses. Alright, just keep basic. Drop a house here. Drop a house here. I'm gonna furniture structures. Give them some sort of little gathering assembly spot. Something off. Maybe here, seats and tables. We're gonna upgrade these, I think, to give two logs. Feels like a lot. 2 planks. That'd take 8, which would still be enough, barely. I don't want to go through. Let's see, it's facing the other way, so we're just going to give them a little half moon here to sort of sit around the campfire and chat when they're not working. Gets me my buff speed going, so now we can hammer at full speed. Basically, I'm going to build one of these houses, and then I've got some people that I can move into them and get started working. And then we'll build the other house out. Actually, no, because I still don't have the tools. I've got the one pickaxe. I'm not going to bother moving them just yet. I'll wait until I get back into town and move them, and they'll be basically starting tomorrow probably. Unfortunately, I really didn't get my best extractors to come out here because I'd actually had them paired up with non-extractors and they got married, so to move the extractors out here I'd be moving the family, and then, you know, I can't have a farmer living out here, that's for sure. Technically I could have the miners living anywhere, but I like the concept of actually having them close to where they're going to be working for something like this. Oh, sorry for the camera shaking there, I had to sneeze. Okay. Almost done here. Before we go back, I'm actually going to go back into the mine and see if we've unlocked any more tin that's down lower. I think there might be some. because my pickaxe is so low, I'm not going to bother mining any more iron unless I get all that's left of the tin. But I mine a few iron nodes and then run into some tin and I won't be able to touch it. So, that is going to be iron, salt. It's iron, tin. Yep, I thought there was more. Iron deposit, salt, that looks like iron, that looks like tin, nope, it's just in the shadows. Really wish there was, aside from, you know, salt, why does these look that different than anything else is so much based on the lighting. Okay, drop down here. Might be able to eke out one more node, maybe. I honestly don't think so. But if we find one, we'll give it a shot. Since we're going to give it a shot, we're going to look. There we go. Gonna be close. We got it. Okay. I will not get another node, so we're going to go ahead and find our way back out from here. Up this way and should be to the left here. Yep. Okay. Put that up at 12 planks. Probably not, unless, I can't recall if this tier 2 storage just used straw steel on the roof. No, I think it's the barn that does that. The tier 2 storage still uses the planks. We come over here and put away this nearly broken bronze pickaxe. Bronze up here. So I'll have that for a quest if needed. Let's come over into town and see if I can recruit some extractors or crafters, or those are the two that I really need right now. Okay, so we have... Nope. Might. So we have, if we look at farming, got 13 farmers just here, and then we have another 2 here. I'll need a couple more soon, but I'm also, I don't like having too many barn workers, at least outside of winter, because I like to then take my farmers and move them into the barn, and essentially I catch up on barn work during that. So really, I mean, I might build another barn maybe, so I've got the room to have one barn running year round, then the two more barns manning from the farm shed, which means I could still take more farm workers. Let me look at what I have as far as housing, because okay. Let's see here. So this is actually something I need to move out. So it'll come there. I've got the two houses I've just built. I think most of these have women in them already. So essentially, if I get one more woman, so I basically have room for two women. Oh geez, they're out of firewood. That's nice. I gotta fix that. So I do have one house here where I've put two extractors in it. Any other house with one extractor is already married couple. Thought I had a house with two extractors already. I didn't catch it. Let's go through this again. 'Cause I've got the one extractor here. Did they get split up for some reason? That's it. They didn't actually get them. Alright, it was two women. It was still two women. Okay. So I'm gonna take Blanca and Siegfrieda. So empty slot, Blanca. Empty slot, Siegfrieda. Okay, and then extraction, mine, Blanca. It's actually more than I remembered that can work in the mine. So I've set it for 4. Well, I might build another house here. Not now, obviously I don't have enough planks, but and Siegfrieda. In fact, I'm almost guaranteed to build another house here. And then once the two families have a child and the child grows up and the child can also work, and hopefully the child is a good extractor, then I can eventually move one of the families out somewhere else. Because we'll have two whole families that can work this. Let's go.
Sometimes it's scary how
I'll take care of that. I need to get... Let's go ahead and let's grab another farm.
How are you?
Gonna be burning through the need for farmers because currently I just spent basically a whole day you know, thrashing and doing other combines for the farm, and there's still stuff for them to do. So we come in here and over here is what I'm looking for. Tweak sign. Let's just put you in either one of these houses. Then I'm going to assign you to... I actually need to fix something. I have put people in the barn because having them do farming from here would stop someone else from farming. And I wanted to keep the farmers going. You're not working on the way to the farm, you're only working when you're at the farm. So I'm going to put her there. I'm going to go into barn workers with low skill. Actually don't have anybody. I'm pretty sure one of these went from 3 to 5 working at the barn fairly recently, which is surprising. I don't think it was that long ago that I assigned someone to a barn working job when they needed to come farming to get their farming skill up. Like, you definitely shouldn't be farming anymore. Move you from the farm shed to these barn workers will replace one that has a 5 skill. So can't sort it by that. No, actually I can't sort it by that here. There we go. Okay, so barn worker, animal breeders fine, barn worker. I'll assign them. Alright, so everybody that's in the barn, I should swap you out. So Nemir is animal breeder at the hen house. So we're going to take one of these level 6 farmers and we're going to make them the animal breeder at the hen house. So that's going to bump our production up. If we look at my animal husbandry, my fold I think is still too young to really produce anything. There's only one sheep. Next year it'll be all 3 adults. So I'll start production on that. Then the stable is never producing anything. The cow shed is about the same. I've got 2 that are considered calves. I will wait until I get at least 2 cows or 2 adult cattle. Which actually they're producing milk, and I'm assuming that they have the males not producing milk. So what I'm going to do here is I'll have 2 males and I'll fill up like all the rest of this with cows, and I'll sell off the males as they get replaced with newborns that are reaching adulthood. But until that happens, actually I want to swing by Gustovia, I think, and see if I'll grab another couple calves. Because they have them again, which I think I got those last season, so there'll be 2 more to get. Oh, I didn't reassign anyone else. So these ones that are not working should all be, wow, that many farmers. Whew, that's insane. That is actually insane, because according to this I have 1 person. Like, my miner is a good farmer. That can't be, something's bugged out here. My cook is level 5. It's like everybody has been raising their farming skill. Was that because of that quest that I did that gave everybody like what was apparently a massive skill boost? I mean, it's like it set every single person to a 5 farming skill, and a 5 production was the other skill. That's insane. Okay then. Well, let's come back through here. So I'm doing stuff wrong. I should not have gotten this farmer. That's silly. If anything, I should put her in survival now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put her in survival now. And one of my survival people I'm going to take to farming. Why wouldn't I? Just a matter of which one, because the herbalist is already 6. I don't want to take his 6 herbalist away. The fisher is a 5 either way, and I don't think I have a second herbalist yet. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to make you a second herbalist. Because there's like no point in sending someone new to be a farmer. I need to take a new person and say we're going to replace one of the... Actually, everybody else is already 5 in all their jobs too, except for... I guess it's a diplomacy to be pregnant or raise a child. I can understand the raising the child because you're stopped working, you're caring for the child. But it's a 3 to just be pregnant as... I thought pregnant they still worked. But that has their job as pregnant. Okay. I guess they don't still work when they're pregnant here. Alright, well then, let's see what we can do. This is just a matter of assigning wherever I want to now. So you are gonna go to assign them to workplace. Just move somebody out of the hen house, but I put the new person there, okay. So I guess the next option is going to be got 3 spots for a farmer, so yeah, we're going to put people back into being a farmer even if they're a 6, but let's just make sure everybody currently in the barn is at least a 6. No. So then we're going to put you here as a barn worker, and then Namir is a 5, can go out to the farms, farm shed. Alright, so Leopold is definitely not working. These are also 5 farmer production, so Junislaw, I want to double check. They're both going to go into the other farm, but we're just triple checking, I guess. So all 5s, and then the other farmer is 2 6s. But the point is, nobody's higher than a 6. And then in the barn, nobody is lower than a 6. So barn worker, yeah. I don't have anybody here or lower that's a barn worker. Perfect. And then you are going to be taking the last farming spot. There. Alright. I've got everybody set. I've got miner. Got blacksmith. Should have another blacksmith. They're both 5 or higher. Okay. Alright, that's all looking good. I need to get back to town and crank out some wood. I've got 16 people who are screaming at me that I'm cold, I can't sleep. Bring me more blankets. We don't have blankets? Why hasn't anybody been making blankets? It would be kind of... I think you should be able to make blankets, have that as a decoration in the house on the beds. In doing so reduces your firewood consumption, right? I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? The only blankets in the game are gifts for your wife or for a woman, I should say. Should definitely be an item that you can craft and use as a combination of a decoration for happiness and warmth for reduced fire or reduced firewood usage. Or am I crazy? I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Let's just do 10 real quick. It's possible that when I stopped here, my intention was, now I have planks, let me make firewood next. That is entirely possible. Just don't recall. If I hadn't already sorted my inventory by crafting materials, I'd also say it's possible that I had, 400 firewood in my inventory that I just needed to drop off, but I know that's not the case because I've moved stuff from here. Alright, so now the firewood is at least acceptable. We can come over here and actually make it functional. We're going to do about 100. We're going to get that 400 firewood in my inventory. While this is going, I will kick back and relax a little bit, so I'll be muted.
I need to drink something. I need some water. I'm dying of thirst. I'm parched. I could really do with a drink.
Alright, so that gets me 4 days of wood. That's disappointing. I definitely need to... I am at the point where it's going to be worthwhile to have my workers start making wood. Not because it's efficient, but just because it's inefficient for me to keep making it now, because it needs so much. Water, I never did. I grabbed the buckets, I never filled them with water.
My mouth's dry.
So slower durability, loss of axes again. I'm not doing near as much chopping now. In fact, I probably need to take all the stone axes that I made for when I did that mass chopping event the other day and just toss those in the storage shed, or resource storage is what it's called. Well, given these options, I'll just go. What the heck? We'll do this after all. Because I'd rather have have the axes last long. Because I'm not really likely to do mass wood cutting until I'm doing one chops with the iron axes that I make, and I have plum wine, and I'm doing it just for fun.
I'm thirsty.
Okay, so now we have... Jeez, that's still barely 4 days worth of water. It's sub 4 days worth of food. Yep. My village has definitely reached the expand or die level, having already expanded. Because I'm at the point where I need to get people to keep ahead of these numbers, because otherwise I'm just spending way too much time doing it all. Before I go running off, I need to do more things. Okay, let's do 10 bars.
It's time for a beverage.
I think I have enough to do. Nope, I need. Let's do 5.
My mouth's dry.
And 3 more of these. So I'm basically leaving 3 bars extra, or at least. Technically, I think I'm leaving an odd number of bars extra. This is kind of the key point. Because I may change my mind on how many tools I'm making as I get in here and look at what I have to make.
I could really do with a drink.
So, alright. Alright, so we can make, yeah, I'll make 12 bronze bars. There's 1 bar left for them to make bronze with while they're continuing to mine more, or to make more 10 bars at least. After this,
I could really
around.
do with a drink.
Dang it. Bronze bar, I actually escaped out of that right before that last bar finished, and I didn't want to. There we go. Okay. Let's get clean so we don't get sick. Did I take any food with me? I did not.
I
We're going to come in here, we're going to eat 1 meat with gravy. That is unique, so we just get it down to the 2 stacks. So we will take that. We'll actually take a couple other meat and gravies as well. Going to take a couple apples just for, we'll just take 1 apple. Because now what I'm going to do is actually come down here, get us 2 salted fish meats, and I'm going to eat 1 meat with gravy. We're going to eat 1 apple. So the reason I did that is I now have, actually the meat with gravy was 10 and this is only -5, so I didn't even need the apple. But anyway, I wanted to be able to eat the salted fish without taking my water back down to 0. So now at least I have some water.
been
It's not
drinking
gonna be
enough
long,
today.
but I don't like being on absolute 0 because then you start like taking damage. So then we're going to go ahead and drink from the well, and now we'll go out. Now we'll go back to making tools. So first, bronze tools. We're going to do 3 pickaxes at least. We are going to do 2 axes at least. we are going to do one shovel at least. Okay. So with those done, we're going to come over here and look at what we have for tools. So we're going to go there, we're going to go here, we're going to put away that, put away that, put two of those away because I am still going to hold on to a bronze pick. I'm going to put, so that's all those bronze. I don't still have a copper knife, so it looks like I'm actually using that bronze knife. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put these stone axes away, because like I just said, I don't think I'm going to really be using those anytime soon. And then I'm still going to hang on to that because I'm so low on the other one and I don't want them to use and break it. Okay, so now what do we have? We have a bronze hammer, so when my smith finishes using their hammer, there's another one waiting for them. We have 7 bronze hoes, so we're good for a while there. We have 2 pickaxes, which I'll have 2 people mining. And I think about it, I don't even know if they use individual pickaxes. They may just use one communally until it breaks and then get to the next one, and they just break it faster because it's being used more. That would be something that I would have to test. I'm not sure how I would test it. But we have 2 scythes to at least work with, shearing scissors for when we get the sheep up and running. We have a shovel for digging up mud. That I'm hanging on to just for a quest item. Potentially we have 10 fishing spears for our fishermen. I have an iron axe in addition to we're actually up to 5 bronze axes, so they made more than I was thinking about. So I have plenty of axes for now, for a while even. Alright, so all that looks good. Let's go ahead now, and with that information, I'm going to go in and do a more permanent smithing setup instead of everything else that's just been to keep them working efficiently. So production, smithy. I still want them to keep making the tin and bronze because the goal is to make enough tin and bronze, well, to make enough bronze to be able to make the tools that you're making from bronze, and then later to make enough iron to be able to make the tools that you're making from iron, so you don't run out as you're making these things. But we are in good shape for the bronze axe. We're going to bring that down to, I'm going to try doing about half an axe a day. Bronze hammer, we've already got one waiting. I think even a quarter of one a day seems like that's more than we probably need. So we're going to bring this even down to next to nothing. I'll leave it there. That's at least, that's one every 6 days instead of one every like 10 days. So the bronze pickaxe, I don't think we need to make that many, but we might. So until we get ahead a bit, I'll bring it down to 15%. Alright, so we're still making a bit, but this is using up like 2 bronze bars a day. But we also need to have a maintenance production of bronze hose. Probably closer to that, honestly. Those get used pretty regularly. And then bronze shovel. Why do we not have? Because we just don't have enough bronze bars. So let me make a couple more bronze bars so that they can at least start their production here. So do 4 copper bars, which actually I probably didn't need. I probably still have more than enough copper bars. Let's temper that by, we'll go ahead and make an extra 10 bar. And then we're going to make, I have 6, well I can make 5 bronze bars, so we're going to make 4. Because again, I didn't take a look at whether or not they would complete a 10 bar before the next bronze bar, so I want to make sure that whenever they complete a bronze bar, there's at least one 10 bar waiting. Oh no, we're going to put these away. And I didn't even think that I have any extra bronze bars after making all those things, but no, I did not. Alright, so we have 5 bronze bars that they're using to make stuff with. A copper bar, and actually have 2 10 bars, 3 10 bars. Why was it only 8? I thought, oh, it's because we actually have run out on copper, so I need to edit that. So we're going to do 4 of these. Now I should actually be able to make 5 bronze bars. Or, oh, I'm sorry, it was 3. I was thinking it was 5 10 bars, but anyway, I can make 3. I shouldn't need to, because if we check here, we're gonna have everything is at least capable of being made. It's not alerting that there's no resources. But we have reached a point where we need to adjust these to get everything equal. So what I'm gonna do, all these are just so low already. That to 60%. I think that's even more than we need there. Let me bump this up. There. Wow, that. Okay, so that was actually 2 points. So 1 point down is a big jump. Alright, so we'll do that. They'll actually be stockpiling tin and copper because they're making a fair amount more than they're making bronze. We're making enough progress on these that I think we're actually going to maintain on most of it. But we'll be able to keep an eye out, and other than them getting more skilled, there's not much we can do about having them make stuff faster. As they do make stuff faster, we can of course bring these numbers down more as well to bump this up, because we're making 6 bronze a day. I don't think we're using 6 bronze a day if I did the math to average out how many we're making and how many bronze we're using. I think we're still ahead there at a quick glance. Okay, so put the copper bars away. Alright. Go ahead and put the plate up. More planks, because we did decide that we need another house out there. And then I also need to upgrade the barn, so it should be more than enough. I may make some more because it's not more than enough by a lot, I don't think so. that always means that it may not actually be more than enough. I don't know if it's... Let's see here, the resource storage has 5 roof segments. If it's 6 each, that's 30 planks. If it's 12 each, or if something else is causing problems, it's quite a lot more real quick. But I'm confident that it's not more than 6, and I'm also confident that it's 5 or fewer roof sections. So actually, as long as I'm not confusing my games, I'm extremely confident that it's 5 roof sections, and I'll be able to verify that just by looking at the resource storage here in a second once this finishes. So I do have that pushing me up over 102 already, which is the 72 I need for the house and 30 that I believe I need for the resource storage. So we're in good shape there. Okay, so if we come out, look at that. Yes, this is the one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 roof sections with pretty sure 6 planks each. I will risk the gamble on that. Alright, so we're going to come over here. I'm going to get the second set of cattle. When I get out there, I probably will go ahead and buy another pair, male and female sheep. I didn't do that for chickens. I could do that too, but I did already get a newborn chicken and a newborn cow and a newborn pig. No, a newborn chicken and a newborn pig. That was it. So I had really good RNG on that. Okay, talk to Alwyn. Could do that.
How do you do?
Show me your
Only
wares.
the best products here.
I have not done any sales with him yet here, so sort by price. I don't want to sell that. I do want to sell these. I still have 185 of them.
Goodbye.
Look!
Alright, so you're gonna get male calf. We are gonna get here a female calf. One thing I do like about this game over Bellwright is when you're buying livestock, they do seem to always have a male and a female here. Whereas going to the livestock vendors in Bellrite, it's total RNG. How many do they have? How many adults and young, and whether they're male or female? It's just all random. Okay, so you want me to shoot this thing again for you? Rick's going. Alright. So let's get started. 500 coins. Watch and learn. Alright, so this one we specifically are. I get 3 shots. I need to score 64. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back a bit further. And I like to say mark where I'm shooting from by coming in here, and typically I would drop, say, a stone is what I like to drop most of the time, but we'll go ahead and drop a plank instead. Nope, I canceled out. X, F, there we go. Oh, nope, I was wrong. E, X. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to tow right up to it. So this sets our distance nice and solidly. Aim, and I think I've got a fairly good drop here, so I'm putting the bottom of my cursor on the center of this, and we're going to shoot there. And I got a 20.6 with my first shot. That's a little below the average that I want to hit, so we're just going to come up closer and see. Alright, so I'm a little low, so we just need 2 more shots. We're going to raise it up, so instead of the bottom of my cursor here, I want basically the bottom of my cursor to be halfway up. So because it's kind of hard to see how you're shooting, we're just getting our distance set. So toe to the plank. Bottom of my arrow is going to be about halfway up. And we're just going to wait for it to move through at the right spot. And that should give me a nice big chunk, 41. So that's almost there. Just another shot and that'll do it. At least I was thinking that this was a combined score. Let's see what the quest says. Score 97. Okay, so it was 3 shots. If it wasn't, then I would have been in trouble. So I was at least acting under the right assumption there. Okay, so we have that. I have actually done it where I come like way back here and I get it to where I just blow the score away in 1 shot. Though that often takes 2 shots to get it, dialed in so that you're even hitting the target. Or at least so it takes 1 shot to figure out how short it is, another shot to hit the target, and the third to really nail that high score. When you're shooting that far. But it was a fun thing to do. Alright, yeah, I want to come back into town and I want to see extractors. I really need extractors.
What a world without kings would look like.
So I have realized that I could also take more farmers, and as a result get crafters, because like all my people are good crafters now. So I need men too.
How are you?
So I'm going to hire you for. Great. Alright, so again, we're going to do. I don't like pulling people off the farms, because pulling people off the farms results in no farming being done while they're walking all the way back. So we're going to come in here, we're going to take you and assign you to a house. Lesotho, is that this guy? Okay, this is one of those examples where
How are you? Good
99% of the people,
luck.
if you would look at the management tool, there is no sex indicator in this game, but 99%, if it ends in an A, it's a woman. If it doesn't, it's a man. But you do run into cases. This is one of them. Lesotho is a man. Every other person here that ends in an A is a woman. If it ends, most of the men end in consonants. I think there are some that end in vowels other than A. But this one just happens to be one of the few that ends in a vowel. It's an A. How are you supposed to tell that this is male? To be able to work your magic as far as okay, here it is. So it does show it. It's in here. But you have to go into the individual to see. You can't just look at the names here. But anyway, it's just something to watch out for. You have the quick check of does it end in an A. It's probably a woman, but it's not 100%. I've never seen a woman's name that did not end in an A though. So you know if it's a woman, her name ends in A. Okay, so I'm gonna assign her 24 male. Let's get, before we do that, let's go over here. Let's look at the houses and figure out which house we want to put you in. 19, 20, 25 might be a valid option. And these are the two that are out there at the excavations. That's not it. So we're putting in this middle one here. Okay. At least the middle one of the... They're still sequenced the same in that list, so the middle one of those single person houses already. So 1, 2, it'll be this one. So goes there. And then we are making him a barn worker, not a farmer. Because we need to get him to get there first. So we're going to assign him here. Then we're going to make a I'm going to make that barn worker. Actually, I should have stayed in. Well, I had to leave out anyway because I was still in that user. So we come over here, come down to farming, and then we'll make this barn worker actually be Herman Gilda. So go back to the people. These are not in alphabetical order currently. Herman Gilda, Hermione Gilda, something like that. We're going to make a farmer. She's already there at the barns. So we're going to come in here and see. I'm going to put her in place of one of these 5 farmers, and then I'll make one of them. I'll take advantage of them also being a 5 crafter. Let's go with, it doesn't really matter. That person who's now out of a job, and I'm looking at everywhere except for where the jobs are listed here. Gusawit, and we're going to make you one of our crafters. So which one do we want? We can do kitchen and a cook, possibly, or workshop. Right now we need to boost up the kitchen because the workshop, most of the stuff you're making in the workshop that you need are things that are reusable. The plates, the bowls, the buckets. Those are the things that are high quantity but highly reusable. So we don't have to do as much there. Alright, so now we have 2 good cooks. If we come back here, yeah, let's take a look at how our kitchen is running. I need to, wow, the 2 sewing hut only has 1 worker still, okay. Alright, so I'm still just getting them doing roasted meat only right now. And that's a lot of roasted meat a day. I think they've got a fair amount of roasted meat stockpiled. So we're going to back that down. And we're going to start them making meat with gravy so they can keep up with the food needs. And in fact, I've got so much roasted meat produced, I think I'm going to bring this all the way down to a point where we're in the negative on the roasted meat. So we're going to take it all the way down to 20-ish. Let's just bring it to 20%, 80%. So that's -8 a day. We'll see how that is going to look like when I get over there. I may tweak that to get those numbers a little closer, but also making 24 meat a day is more than enough. In fact, I'm more likely to even push this so it's more periodically, so I can sell off a big chunk of it while it's still at 100% freshness, having just made it. Because the downside about creating this over time is if they're not eating it, by the time you realize that, hey, I need to sell some or it's going to spoil and lose all its value, you have a lot that's they're not going to eat it before it spoils anyway. But we will kind of keep an eye on that at the start here. Alright, so that should keep our food situation going really well. The next thing will be still need more extractors. That's not changing anytime soon because I've got 4 more mining slots to fill. I've got the lumberjack slots that I've robbed to work those miners, and I've got the well that's at the point where I need to go ahead and get somebody working there. So we need a lot of extractors, and the extractors are not a job that got the auto boosted skill like the craftsman did. I should have gone to
How do you do?
some of those other
Whatever you
merchants
need, I've
in
got it.
Gustovia, but I didn't. So we're still here, we're still selling. I'll still get
Have a
to selling
good
all the
day.
poison arrows I need before I need the coins. So not going to every merchant this
Hello there.
It's not
Price is so
gonna kill
low,
me.
you don't need to haggle.
Bronze arrow, yeah. No, poison bronze arrow is what I'm looking for.
Have a good day.
15 left.
We've got the best workshop in the area.
So where's point is this one at? Because I'm Samber's the guy that's over there. I'm already out
But I
here,
am
so
a little suspicious.
I don't have any major needs that I have right now. Let me go ahead and run to Sambor and get this quest moving again. Do I want to get, what's the actual chicken? So this doesn't show me how much space I have. That's what I don't like about that. So we go to animal husbandry. So for one hen house I have less space than you would think. If we open details here, does it tell us it is a female? So that'll get me sheep, cattle, horses, chicken. Okay, so that'll get me 1 rooster and 3 hens. Let's We'll go ahead and buy another hen. Buy another male. What the hell not? Let's get these chicks are super cheap. I mean, heck, even the adults cheap for chickens. Alright, so I'll take care of that. We're going to come up here, hit Sambor before going back across. I need to build a saddle because I'm doing this running. At this point I could be riding one of my horses. Just a second to get this up and playing and get back in. Stone knife, some feathers, some leather, kind of a low end wagon there, but it's free stuff. Is there anybody out there that wants to kill me? On some wolf areas on the right, some boars potentially on the left, some possibles for bandit camps in like any of this. But it looks like we'll be okay here. Alright, where is Samber at? He's inside? Yeah. Asking us to dig up some of the clay that's back here. So this is where I think there was, at least was a bug where digging up clay did not reduce the durability of copper shovels. That is clearly not the case anymore, if that is even what the bug was. We can get strange figurines here. Technically need to get 2 of these even though he asked for just a specific amount of clay. Might also get, I think typically there is a shovel out here somewhere so that you can start digging the clay even if you don't have a shovel with you, but it may have been that's in his area. Leaning up against something here, possibly. But typically in his spot those are marked as stealing. I'm pretty sure there was a shovel that you didn't have to steal out here. I'm just curious because if it's actually a good shovel then I want to go and grab it. I'm not seeing it now. Anyway, I'm not going to go around looking for a shovel forever. Alright. Okay, go through all of this and see that's a lot of chat that time's ticking in these seasons and you're gonna have I've had a season end while I was trying to work one of these quests reading the chat. Now granted I was already kind of late in the season when it happened. I just didn't realize I was at the end of the 3rd day, but doing those quest chats really need to pause the game for that. Needs to stop the time from flowing. You can have it where, okay, having a chat takes an hour of the day. I would be fine with that. But during the chat, pause it. so that you can take your time, you can read it. You know, it makes it a good opportunity to get up, go get a drink, take a bathroom break, same as pulling up your inventory here. But forcing you to either spend hours of the season reading that or just bypassing it and not reading it at all seems like two extremes of the spectrum. They could easily say, okay, we're going to pause time, and then when you leave, when we kick time again, we're going to push time forward an hour. So you've sat down, you've had a conversation, chit-chatted, and these are the things you talked about during that hour that matter. That would be so much more reasonable in my opinion. But anyway, I digress. Journal, where are we at now? Deliver the knuckle sandwich to Nagast. That'll wait later. I'm not going to go back there now just to not actually deliver the knuckle sandwich, because you don't... There's no way that I found that results in you actually giving him a knuckle sandwich. Because I would really want to, seeing as how things unfold. Okay, leather, another stone knife, and some fur. As we approach the village here, I don't need to go in and looking for recruits. I know they don't have the people that I want, but we are going to swing by and hit up the fold for, like I said, I'm going to get another male and female lamb. Go ahead and talk to you.
Oh,
since
it's
you're
you
out
again.
here,
Can I interest
and,
you in some of my work?
no, but I can sell you some of mine.
Have a nice day.
It's amazing how many people want poisoned arrows in this day and age.
How do you do? Whatever you
You want
need.
to buy some poisoned
I've got it.
arrows? I thought you did.
So long.
Okay, lamb female. There's a lot of lamb slots. Lamb male. Okay. Probably at the point where the last person I recruited has already made it into town. So this would be a good point where we could go in and say, go to management, go to workers, and without really impacting how much they're working too much, we can go into our skill level 3 barn worker, which will be down here at the bottom. And we can assign him out of the barn onto one of the farms. And we're going to kick out one of the 6s. So he's a farmer now, and then we go find that 6, and we're going to move him into the barn. Okay, there. So our goal, as always, is we want the higher skilled people working the barn and the animal breeders. And currently we have 2 6s that are still farmers, and all the rest of the farmers are 5 or lower. Because remember, the skill does not increase how fast they farm. It just doesn't. Don't even think it really increases what they yield from the farm. Are you guys actually working? Or is there a problem? I have 2 alerts that give me no information. I still hate the complete lack of information. So nobody here has any problems to stop them from working. The extraction, I have an alert here. Oh, dang it. Yeah, they're not working. And I know why now. As soon as like a second after I saw the extraction alert, I was like, I never assigned the mine to do anything. So whatever time it is, they've spent that much of the day doing nothing, because even though they were assigned to the mine, we had no assignments here at the mine. So we want tin, iron, and copper to be here. We'll go ahead and make salt here. Sure, we'll throw in stone too. Not that I would have, yeah, I'm gonna take that back up. I would have extractors at the excavation pits taking stone likely before I had people at the mine doing it. Well, maybe not. Regardless, stone is not the issue right now, it's the rest of these. So, edit that. Now we're gonna start with a small amount of iron just to sort of stockpile some. The main thing I want is I want more tin than I'm getting copper. So we're gonna bump this up to 40%. And we're gonna see how quickly do we get 16 here. We're actually not getting it any faster. It's actually coming slower than the 10. So that's reasonable, I think. Gets me some iron. I'm not using mass salt yet. I know people that use a lot of that, but I just don't go to that extent. So I don't really need a lot of salt mine, but we're getting more tin than copper, and we're getting some iron coming in. So I think that's a good starting point. Okay, so get to work, ladies, please. I really like those 2 alerts, or even at least one of those alerts, to go away, because the mine's good now. The excavation shed, one doesn't have a worker. Alright, we want to go in queue buildings, houses, and throw up one more house. Typically I would have done it like over here, but I've put that here. I don't know if I want to put that out there. Can we just do it kind of like this? Yeah, that'll work. Then I'm gotta get my hammer out and build. I've actually been eating up the stone, so much as I said I don't want them getting stone here. I'm still coming here enough, I think, that I don't need them working on stone yet, but I may not be as far from having these people collect stone as I thought, and it is as likely to come from the mine as it is, because the only place they're getting limestone is from those excavation sheds. The only place they're getting iron is from the mine here. I honestly don't know if limestone is something that's out there. Is that just a low yield from hitting some of the boulders that are around? Maybe I've never really gone out and worked on getting limestone myself. It's always just been whatever I can get from the excavation shed. Close to being done here. That. just like to get these two that are kind of a little bit of a pain to get relatively early. So it's nice and convenient to finish things off. Alright, that's done. Couple more things and we'll be finished here. Then we'll upgrade the resource storage. Actually, I might take a look at that because I might not upgrade that yet. I might just wait and take it straight to 3. Let's see here. So we are at, for building technology, I think is where it is. Yeah, we've got a way to go, but I don't think I need the storage space because of how I spread out food and resource storages for easy access nearby the villages. It also provides me with plenty of storage space. So we are at under 3,000 of 9,000. So we're under a third of our storage capacity. So yeah, I don't really need the space, I don't think. So we'll be patient for that for now. Put the clay away, put the feathers away, put the fur and the leather away. Hang on to the planks because those are kind of handy if I decide to build something new. Particularly if I were to build a new resource storage. I have the plank requirement to go straight to the tier 2. I've got most of the 10 out of there. There may be some more in there that I could manually mine, but it's not worth going to that extent in this season, especially now that they are able to mine it and keep things coming in. Hammer, come up in here. Let's see what
How
we
are all
got.
those candles lighting up by
Excavator,
themselves?
perfect. And a male excavator and a female excavator, so we can use both of these.
How are you?
Great to see you there.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, great to see you there. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to put both of these at the mine. The next excavator I get is going to go to town to be the water excavator, I think, or the well worker. Okay, so we have that. See, it'd be nice if, like, I really wish I could see here, or even better, actually, yeah, because I don't really have a good spouse for a 30-year-old at the moment, and I'm unlikely to be, if I'm picky about it being an excavator, I have to be realistic that it's unlikely that I'm going to get a 30-ish year old female excavator. It's kind of specific because all of my single women are all 20-ish now, because the oldest I had was like a 24 or 25, and I put them with that 27-ish, 26, 27-year-old I had. So yeah, so this was a 20, this was a 19, this is a 24. So actually that could work out. I'll put them there, or 25 here. Okay, never mind. I had older women than I thought. Alright, so we'll put the 30 with the 25, then the other one will go in. So 30-year-old male gets assigned a house, should be, that one should have been the 25-year-old, that should also be here. You know, some of this could save by naming conventions. I should really be renaming all these houses. I just haven't wanted to go through and do that. We're going to work at the mine. It's like if I go through here and I name, what I could do is say especially with the single houses. So that's less of an issue because it's a single house. Anything that's already filled is less than an issue. But if we go through the single houses and we look at this, this is a herbalist. So the ones in town aren't really as much of an issue as far as what they're named, but we could make them S house for simple house. Actually, that's a good point. I think it just adds on to it, so I don't even need that. But we could do, I forgot what I looked at, so 19. So we could just do, if nothing else, H 19F. So what that does is that gets them here. Now it does reorganize them this way, but we can account for that. So I look to do North Mine. Accept. So that puts that one house at North Mine. That was the one that already had. No, it did not already have one. So this would be North Mine 24F. So H, North Mine 24F. This is going to be another North Mine, but it's full now. But still, because it's at a different location, I want to identify that. So we'll go H, North Mine, accept, and this is the other one, and they are getting. They are getting 21 female in it. So I'm gonna assign this. I think I might even be able to do it from here. So it'll be this house. I can't do it from there, but we'll assign them there. And then we'll come over here. Shouldn't have done this yet. So we have simple house. Here we go. H. North Mine. North Mine. 21. I think it was 21 female. Okay, so North Mine 21 female, 21 female. Yeah. So I've got all those set. Do this. This is a 20 female. 20 female. This is currently nobody in it, so it's not set. But they're all my houses that have someone in it. I know where they are, and well, anything that's not at the main town, I know where that is. So that's North Mine. That's a North Mine house. That's a North Mine house. All the rest of my houses are pretty straightforward. They're just in my housing area. So anything that's odd is indicated. And then now when I'm assigning someone, I can tell what's there. Do I want to put this there? Do I want to put them into a simple house? Because now if I get a 30-plus-year-old male, I don't want to stick them with the 19 or 20 female. It's going to take forever for them to pair up. So we will go with that, and just putting little notes in there will make your life a lot easier when it comes time to assign people. I have not bothered doing that all this time. I should have, but at the very least, while you're in that menu, you can spend all day figuring out what you want to do. Another thing I often do that would have helped here is I like to try to not only label, where houses are if they're spread out, but also who's in them. So I could have been, I got a notification here. Let's see here. I like to assign houses by where they're located, potentially who's in them, as far as the first character in it, male, female, age, and also what job that person has. So then I can look at, specifically with the extractors, I know I'm going to set up the mines. I'm going to have the houses out there. I can't split the couples up. In some roles you can, technically, because they're working from the minute they start walking to their workplace. Like the miners can technically spend all day walking to the mine and walking from the mine, and it doesn't impact their production at all. But I don't like having it actually set up that way. And then here's another excavator. He's 25, and that is not one that, I mean, that's a fairly good person. I might put him hunting. I might take him and make a hunter out of him, so I have at least one person doing that.
We'll work for food. Hello. And water. And some firewood.
Let's see there.
And a roof over my... Oh, it's you again.
Great to see you there. Okay, so one of the women that's at the mine I'm going to move out, because I do want to have someone working the well. I don't want this person working the well because I only have, let me make sure, we come in here, so this is the person I'm going to have doing hunting. So let's see what happens when we go and assign him. We give him a house. Alright, I do have multiple house options. He's 25 years old. How old is the other one? Also 20. Both of them are 25. Okay. So I do still have both of these that are single houses. 25, especially with the 20 females, not bad. So we will go, and I will go ahead and I'll send both of these to the normal house. So we'll send the hunter here, and then I'm going to assign him to the hunting lodge. Not sure what I'm going to have him do. Probably leather or fur are the most likely things. I've been getting fairly good amount of fur just from all the wolves jumping me. The leather, when I started specifically going after the Wysant to get leather, I of course get a nice amount of leather. But just having some passive supply come in isn't a bad thing. The meat, I don't like doing passive meat, at least not when they're low skill, because again it drags out. You get just a few here, a few there, and I would rather even say I need meat, kill a couple Wysant, a couple bears, a couple moose, and you have tons of meat. So you can get it as you need it. But I'll look at what that job setup is going to be here in a second. The other one is going to assign a house. This one will go ahead. No, I've changed my mind for the same reason that I've wanted to label them what the role is. If I decide to move this person as an extractor, I can't move them outside of the town. So if I decide I want to, if he becomes one of my highest extractors and I want to move, or at least one of the highest that I can move, would like to be able to move him. All my other extractors in town I can't move because they're not paired up with another extractor. So, and I'm about to not pair him up with an extractor. So we're going to come back here to Bradamir. We're going to change the housing arrangement, and we're going to put him into this house here. And then Gossamir is going to get the empty house. And then it's going to be assigned to the well. So now what I can do is we're going to come over to the houses. So first thing we want to say is we have a family here now. Open details. I'm sorry, H. We don't know. We no longer need that to be identified by the single person living in it. We do have this house here that now has a single person living in it, which is a 25 male. But it is also, so we're going to do 25 male. I think I was doing, no, I was doing capital F, so we'll do capital M. Extraction. So now, this is where I'm saying, this is a 25 male who is an extractor. I put the role of what their type of job is. So that lets me know if I'm assigning a woman, if she's not an extractor, I may not want to put her there, because then I can't move her. I can't move this family to one of my mines later. Specifically, the extractors are the ones that I would do this with, because I do like to, like I said, I like to have the mines set up and have them be their own little mini ecosystem, at least in that they're not trying to walk to and from the town all the time. So I give them a place to rest. I give them, you know, food and resource storages locally, even though I don't technically think they need that. I'm pretty sure they are counted as having everything brought to their house by the simple mistake that they have a house. Otherwise, I think I have other houses that are totally outside the resource range area, and they would say that these people don't have firewood if it didn't work like that. But that being set with the housing now, we're going to come in, I'm going to double check how the well is set, which it looks like I removed everything because I was getting more alerts by having things set with no workers than by having no workers. So now the only thing I want them doing is filling up buckets of water. It says no workers still. Did I not? I guess I did not get him assigned. Well, we can come in and just assign it here. Wait, apprentice. Now we want a worker. So I guess it moved here. So this is the extractor that we just brought in. Okay, so there's that. And then let's go look at the hunter. At least I got him assigned properly. So, if I have them get feathers, which I might have him get some, he doesn't need anything for that. If I get just 10, so not getting a lot of feathers, but he's still low on skill. This will scale up quickly as he levels. Let's do 15%. So that's almost a stack of feathers, a stack of arrows a day. I think mostly I'm going to have them get leather, but let's see, that's really low. So let's go 70%, 20% for fur. Yeah, even 15% because 15, but you'll see. I mean, I would be at that number with just 30%. So I will have that for now. Next time I get back to a resource storage, I will take a look and actually, did I already sell to you?
Oh, it's you again.
Show
Best
me your
goods in the
wares.
realm.
I did not. Poisoned arrow.
And
Okay.
take
Getting
care.
close to where I'll actually, that's the only merchant here. I think there's the hunter that's out there that might be a merchant as well, but I'm not going to go all the way back there. Copper shovel if I wanted to steal that and come back later, but I really don't. Okay, I'm going to get a little bit of clean running through that. Going to take a drink. I was about to eat, but I'm going to take advantage of one of the tricks of your different food types, which using the meat with gravy, you get 10 water. So why eat and drink immediately or drink and then eat immediately when you could drink, fill that up, let that wear down some, and then when it's 90 or below, you eat and you get that extra 10 water again as well. I mean, water's a free thing. You don't have to make it. You don't have to do anything with it, so it's not huge, but it does set it so that you're not having to deal
Hello
with
there.
I'm thirsty and hungry at the same time. Show me the
Can I
wares.
interest you in some of my wares?
Okay, so we have 42. We'll sell 28. That leaves me with 14. I probably won't bother selling until I get more
See you
made.
soon.
So let's see what we have here. See if we can get some more extractors. That's a hard no there. I've got a survivalist, so I might take that. And then, how close am I to being able to make this storefront, whatever that's going to call it? I think that's here. Market style. I already can. Okay. But I don't think I have an available house for a male in town unless I rearrange what I just set up. And then if I do that, my female that I move will not be with an extractor. It would be with whoever I've got buying here, so. I'm gonna hold off on that. There's more people available.
Travels are all
Same,
very
I'm
well,
running the
but
same problem
I
for
would love to
getting
finally
hams
put
right
down
now.
rooms.
Don't have room for males in town. I'm pretty sure. Let's go. Make sure I'm not wrong here. So those don't apply. Those are not in town. These two. Okay, I could put one there. I could get them. And if we specifically look for who pairs well with a female, 20 or a 19-year-old female, that would not be you. So I could get him, put him, say, fishing.
Oh, it's you again.
Okay. Years will come in. We will pick up. Oh, what are these? These are the other two I just got. They're not assigned to anything at all. That's a miner. I did not get my miners assigned to the mine after I moved them around. I don't think I did anything that... Oh well, let's just fix it. We're not going to worry too much about why or how I broke it, but clearly I did. And this is also a miner, so let's just fix it. Can I edit this here? No, because I'm still in the person. Whatever I just did is what I did before, I guess. Mine, like, opened it up and then didn't actually assign it to the person because I'm narrating likely. Farmer, we have no bags already. Jeez. Do I have... I'll check that in a second. So finally, this was survivalist. So we're going to open this up. We're going to look at, first of all, it's going here. I have the house open, but the house is going to be for my first specialist. You know, the person that you can get as part of your wife quests, where this person has a 6 skill in something. And typically they have multiple high skills as well. but I like the idea of having good houses to like, we're drawing this person in here. We're going to give you the best house we have. You can live in that. Alright, so we're gonna... No, I'm not trying to transfer. Okay, picking house, so assign you to here. Want to move the family to a new... What family is being moved? I don't like how they say that, because it throws me off when I notice it. If I'm just ignoring it, then it's not a big deal. But when I notice it, it's like, no, I don't want to move a family. I want to add a person to this house that doesn't have a family. Family means something. One person does not a family make. Okay. So we're looking for 3s. I can move the Fisher, which is what I'm leaning toward, because that Fisher is very likely just as good or better at production as they are at fishing. Alternatively, we have the 2 herbalists. I'm one of them I'm not going to move out, absolutely, because I want to have good production. The other I just put there already, and they did not get the crafting bonus. So those are my only options for survivalists. So I go to the Fisher, and yes, the Fisher is just as good at survival and farming as they are at fishing. Or I'm sorry, production and farming as they are at survival or fishing. So we're going to make you our new Fisher. You're not as good, that's fine. But it lets me come into my previous Fisher, and we can say you are going to now be a crafter. Well, you're currently pregnant, so that's not even doing anything right now. But once a couple years go by and you're back to working, you can be in the wood shop. Let me check something else though at the time. Let's see if I have a 5 cook. So I do actually have both of my cooks are both 5, and they're both cooks, and they're both Agnes, is that actually a woman that doesn't have an A for the name? So that is possible as well. Agnes is a female, so yes, okay, there are female names that don't end in A. They are also few. It's the first time I've noticed one. But yeah, we have at least one cook who is male, so I will always have one cook going. Herbalist. Let's do it. Because that is one of the concerns you have, is that with the women getting pregnant, you don't want your production on something just stop and you not realize it. So I have one male cook. The sewing hut is currently a female. Jesus, it's like, see, this is where I want to know. I want to be able to look at give me a male and a female symbol. Come on, we can do it in men and women's rooms. Let's put a dress on some of these people. Let me know it's a female, so that I can identify, okay, I need, because yes, high likelihood Otilia is a female. Maybe it's not. Some of these names are absolutely foreign to an American, because they're very much Eastern European names. But anyway, the smithy I've got a male and a female, so I have at least one male working it, and then the workshop now has a male working it. So my production is not going to halt just because someone gets pregnant. Now, I've got a male at the well, so I'm not going to run out of water. I've got 2 woodsheds left running because the The pregnant women have been pulled off. But we do still have one woman, so I might be down to just one person working a woodshed here shortly. The mines are going to be 50-50, but currently it's 75-25 because I have, at least that looks like 3 women and 1 man. Can't really tell. The herbalist hut is 2 women. That's something I have to keep an eye on. And then the fishing was 1 man as well. Excavation is only a man left. I think I had a woman working there. She's likely pregnant. Animal husbandry, I want to try and keep an eye, and at least long term I want to have these being men. They currently are. So, because between the barn and the farm, you can typically shift the pregnant women in and out without too much of a hassle at all. But the animal husbandry are positions where it's pretty much set it and forget it, because they are actually working there year round. Alright, and hunting is currently a man in the hunting lodge and a man in fishing, so I'll keep those coming. I am, once the skill is up, I will very likely swap him out with one of these women, because I would absolutely rather have no one fishing than no one doing the herbalist hut. Jeez, just steamrolling. I wish I could push people around like that. I wouldn't get stuck inside with someone standing on the other side of a door. Okay. So I could keep going down. Or I could say start focusing on quests, which also might as well keep going down, because there's, let's go all the way back to Custovia, there are none. Let's at least go to Denica. Because if I go to Denica, I'm likely not going to Lesnica. I would just run the trail down, even if I decided to continue. Of course, that's definitely the safer of the 2 routes. Sold enough to get another point in in diplomacy. So we will absolutely bump our sale prices up to max. Then we'll figure out why we do that. Oh, yes, we should have the resources. So yeah, we're gonna go back to, I'm gonna swing through Desnica, see what the quest is. See if there's somebody there to recruit, but ultimately we're going to go back to our village, because we can go ahead, we should be able to complete the King's Challenge now. I should have everything I need to be able to do that. So we'll do the days getting late, we'll basically be doing crafting for the King's Challenge overnight, and then we can deliver those in the morning. Snarling, but I don't see anything. And there it is. See, that shouldn't have lost that arrow. I almost always have arrows lost when I get a headshot. That was a spine shot, maybe. But believe it or not, I'm glad I was debating between an iron arrow and a poison arrow. Glad I went with the poison arrow because I would rather not have the iron arrow get lost. Especially not until I poison the iron arrows, because I've got more than 10 of them. Might as well go ahead and do it when I can and make them super powerful. And now we'll go back to stone for this. Missed. Dang it. And, okay. I almost thought I lost the stone arrow too. But that was just a crow, so it's not a big loss to have not hit it. This is one I don't want to miss. I did scare off the other one though. I figured I would when I saw it was over there, not off somewhere else, not paying attention at all. So what do we have here? We can get another hunter if I decide to do that. Trader, survival. Don't really have the spots for either of those right now. Did I
think
still
my
have
hairline is
room for another man? Or the bigger question is, what do I have room for in these? So I've got, if I get a female, it needs to be, or I want it to be an extractor. If I get a male, I can put them in there. If it's a younger male, I'm okay with that. Is. So let's go ahead and get
Hello there.
hunter. Leopold is my son, so assign to house with you. And then assign workplace, and we get half our hunting lodge working. Alright.
The smells from our kitchen
So that,
always
get
make
that.
my
Let's see what, let's do a quick save and see
It's
what this
nice
quest
to meet
is.
life is a constant process of dying.
Well, coming down with something, could you bring me some mushrooms or herbs? Sure, I'll bring those to you. And I won't even check to see what you want, because my thought is it's about time for me to build my research storage and food storage here. But let's go and see if I can just grab what you need. Probably not quickly, no. But I expect I have all those in my food and resource storage. So let's do I might have an issue with building, so I don't have the logs on me to build either of them right now, so I'm gonna have to chop. Okay, let me see if I can gather these up fairly easily, because I do have an issue with not having the logs. Means I'm gonna have to chop down trees to build either of them. If I build the resource storage first, then I have everything that I need to build the food storage, except for I won't have the planks left over. If I do the food storage, that probably actually could have worked. And aside from, the thought was I wouldn't be able to get what I have out of the resource storage at that point anyway. But the only thing I have in the resource storage is the broadleaf plantain, which I can get right here. So I might go ahead, and it's going to be quite a few logs to chop, but and then I'll have to pick up the stones. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go ahead and just chop this down, because I don't think I'm going to get all these mushrooms very quickly. So 5 fly agaric, and those are kind of spread around and rare. I've got the bullets, which need, so really all I need are 4 more fly agarics. If I can hunt those down, it's not super bad. The only problem is getting the fly agarics. That's not going to be one. That's going to be bullet. That'll be bullet. That fly agaric. All right, we're making it okay. We're almost there. Hey, I got it. That actually went quicker than I expected it would have. Zax. It looked like something, but it's not. Cheese wheel. Person went to sleep at, which is right in here. Don't mind me, I know you're sick and probably not able to sleep well, but let me wake you up to give you this instead of letting you sleep, since you fell asleep already. But hey, if it's something that he might have died of in his sleep, then it's worth waking him up for. Oh, I think I'm not yet dirty enough that I get sick if I eat, so I definitely waited long enough that I'm sub 90% water. So let's go ahead and risk eating and getting sick. I did not, so that's good. Test something. Inventory, weapons. Exactly how good are these? Am I going to drop a adult male moose with 1 poisoned arrow headshot? The real thing is, how much does that take off? Oh, I just definitely hit that board. Okay. Maybe. Certainly weakened them a lot. Where'd my other arrow? Really? The arrow that totally hit the board and did no damage also broke? Alright, whatever. There's 10. That was right, it was 14, so I would have had a few left. Definitely has it weakened. Because he was still taking, either bleeding out or taking damage. Not getting the update on what his health is though. Does the bow make a difference? And it seems like he stopped, so no. If he stopped even bleeding out potentially. Come on, figure out where you're going. But it did take him down fairly well. That was a non-body shot that finished it off instantly. So it might be enough to finish off a female moose, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, let's get lock and load maxed up. So now we're shooting as fast as possible. Stone arrows. I saw I had one fly off. Is there another? Yeah, that's definitely alive. What type of bird was that? That's a hawk. Alright, cool. I was pretty sure it was a bird of prey that flew off and just couldn't tell if it was a hawk, eagle, or just me misjudging. Those look like crows. Missed. Definitely crows, too many of them to be otherwise. Okay. These might be far enough away that I can get both of them. Got him. Another pair of hawks. Oh no, eagles. Eagles! Hooray, eagles! 30 feathers. $60 feathers. Which is 60 arrows to make. Okay. Alright, I'll put our bow away. Pretty sure these are just still no way that you can manually harvest them. They just sort of get automatically harvested over the appropriate season, which is now. So I should have apples, plums, hops, cherries, pears, all those things. Okay. Let's get cleaned up. Then we are going to first, let's start saying we're going to be making more. We're needing more water now. I've got somebody whose job it is to keep us in water. So let's make sure that we have the necessary tools available that can be filled with water for them to keep up in their job. So we're going to do that. We're also going to be making bread, so we're going to need some water. So what I will do is I'm making 20 buckets. This will give me, I will take 10 and put them in the resource storage as empty. The other 10 I will fill up. And actually no, I'm going to fill them all up. I'll put all of the newly filled buckets in the food storage, pull out buckets from the food storage that, and yeah, I'll pull out buckets that are lower durability out of the food storage to cook with. And then the empty buckets will go back in the resource storage when I'm done. Okay, so there's that. Let me drink this or fill up 20 buckets, 22 buckets even. Got 2 buckets. I don't know where I got the other 2 buckets from. Food now. Alright, so that 30 is probably one of the lower refrigeration buckets. Absolutely is. Even the 40 is. 66 and grab the 270s. Okay. Now we need, I don't think I've had any real amount of flour getting made, and that's one of the things that I'll need. There is some flour that I've looted. I'm going to grab that. Otherwise, I need to make some flour. I have no idea how much, but I should be able to figure that out. If I come in here, going to production to kitchen 2, I think, to get. Oh, was it kitchen 1? Go back to kitchen 1. Phew, okay, I'm starting to get concerned. So I need only 1 flour and only 1 onion to make a flat onion. So I only need 30 flour. And then getting rye grain, we're getting 10, so I only need 3 of these. So that was far less than I thought I would be making. Alright, let's see what we needed to make here. We've got to make 30 flatbread, 30 porridge, which I'll need bowls for, 30 stew, I think I also need bowls for, so let's make, and we need 100, so I need to make another 100 flour. Let's go ahead, I think I need 60 bowls, which would be, they're doing 5 each, so 12. I think they're 5 each as well, so let's see here, yes, 5x, so we need, that's a lot, 12. So, now double check, pottage and stew, right? I'm not. Yes, no, porridge and stew. What do I need to make porridge? I may not have that. So, other? No, then porridges, okay. 2 oat grain, which I have a whole bunch of. That is the only method, so super easy. 30 porridge. have to make sure I'm keeping an eye out for one of the streamers that I watch, because I am on I'm on 49 out of my streak, so his next stream will be my 50th. That I have not missed a stream yet. And I would like to actually make that 50. Okay, so we have that. Now we're gonna do soups first too. Which is just meat or carrots, or salted meat and carrots. So we will do just the normal meat. And we want 30 of those, but let's use up our extra bowl. Flatbread with onion. We need 30 of those. stepping away for a moment. I've actually been away while that was going, but it finished off before I got back. Okay. Now it should just be the flour that I need. Yep. I'm gonna make some extra, so do you want to make it from rye? That is our biggest resource. Don't want to make a ton, and I know, like, how is 1,000 not a ton? Well, compared to what I could have made, 1,000 will get me a very large supply to make flatbread. I'm trying that as the sort of primary driver for production skill up, and we'll see what I can do with it. So I might actually make, you know, one more. I don't know. Maybe 9 or 10 more. Because I do have the 6 already. If I make 9 more, I can say, well, that's making, I have 996 flatbread left I can make. If I make 10 more, then at least I'll be officially over 1,000 flatbread. I actually wanted to go to the 10th. I didn't click enough. So, 10. Alright. So with that set, I have what I need to get the quest done. So we're going to go turn that in. While I was out and about, I did gather enough. Where's my... There it is. We did gather enough that we get healed back up a bit. It's level 4. Here, we're gonna go ahead and make this official where I want to come over here. Miscellaneous backpacks and pouches. Mountain saddle. For that mare's design, but at the moment, there it is. I didn't see the colt either. Let's see here. We have it's gonna be in here. It's a transfer. Have it equipped, or is this transfer? No, that's okay. There we go. Get out of these rocks. Now you will see this slight disadvantage with this setup. There's no way that I'm aware of to give your mount unlimited stamina. But the mount does at least move substantially faster than your run, so that the duration of time that you're waiting for the stamina to recover has a lesser impact than just running the whole way. Next, dismount. Got that quest done. Actually, while I'm here, well, I don't make that's right there. Fuck him, blah blah blah. Yeah, he asked me to punch you. I'm not going to do that for whatever reason. We're gonna go side item. Can we do that? Okay. What's the game? How's it played? And if I lose, hit me with the riddle. Riddle me this. Who's afraid of a big black bat? First one. What disappears the second you say its name? Silence. Correct. Here's one. Feed me, I live. Give me a drink and I die. Fire. Wherever I go, I can fly but have no wings. I can cry but have no eyes. Wherever I go, darkness follows me. What am I? A cloud. Okay, that's it. That's all? Okay, had fun. Take care.
Onward! Move on!
Come on. Get off whatever you're stuck on.
I spent more time with it.
See the...
They don't want to hang out.
Alright, I was looking for the little
Oh, damn.
paper icon, and it was the active quest instead. Let's just do those. Sandbore again.
Move on.
Some think that slow movements look
Actually, yeah,
Here.
I'm already this far over.
Onward.
Get away from those
Onward.
friggin' rocks that cause problems. They were out of bags, weren't they? Oh, I didn't look in the bags. Okay, let's get through this quick. Get back to town as quick as we can. Take advantage of the horse's speed to get away from the wolves before we stop running.
Onward.
What I wanted to do was, when I first saw that, was make sure that I'm at least making bags at the sewing hut, which I don't think I was, which is why we're out. Okay, so for right now, just to see if they can get a bag before I get there. So they probably can't. Maybe. Probably not, but they'll be close
Let's
to
go.
it, so it'll at least be 2 bags fairly quick if I even make one.
Wir. My mouth's dry.
So let's go ahead and make 2 since she doesn't have one yet, it looks like.
I wish I could dye the fabrics in more vibrant colors.
Get these over into the resource storage as quick as we can. See if there's anything else that needs to be over here. bags. We have 3 steel. We have 6 hose. Bronze pickaxes. I need to make some sides because I'm not having them make any yet. I need to put the empty buckets away. How far back does that put me? Not terribly far, but the last time I thought that, they really made no more progress.
My mouth's dry.
So let's now make sure that running out of bag space doesn't happen again here. Like it looks like there's still a problem. Have they not been making fertilizer fast enough? That would not surprise me. There's no tool bag.
I could really do with a drink.
They say there's no tool bag before I verify that I can just start making more. I'm just going to make enough to make those alerts go away. Now let's make extra bags.
It's time for a beverage.
Today's fashion is crazy. What's next? Comfortable clothes. Isn't it weird that only women bleed once a month while no animals do?
Really? Only women
I'm
bleed once
parched.
a month while no animals do? I hope that was AI garbage. Because at the very least it symbolizes the idiocy of whoever wrote that. Because even at this time, normal villagers would realize that female mammals bleed monthly, or at least periodically appropriate to their animal type. Okay. So, let's come here and see what we can get. This is farming. Tools, carrot stick. Definitely don't need that. 2% more crops in the orchard. That has to apply to the farmers because I can't farm the orchard. So, sure, why not? have food, or we have bags now for a while. Let's go back into here. So I don't really think I gained anything by having the sewing hut focus on just bags. You know, they've now completed what was probably the first bag. But let's get them to where they're making... Honestly, I think even like 2 bags a day is probably enough. So let's go up to 4 thread a day. So we can still do quite a bit more. I want more thread than linen. That can work. Alright. Let me go ahead and make tools. A couple. Thought about making a 3rd side, but I don't want to take too by possibly preventing them from being able to make the next tool when they start making it. Hopefully they're like not almost complete with all the tools that they're making. They're almost through with the hammer and the hoe. And the hammer is 1 bronze bar, the hoe is 1 bronze bar, okay. And then because the side, oh, they are making sides. Alright, I did add sides to them to make sides or 2, so we're at least 2 bronze bars ready to be done. Now we have more than enough sides as long as they continue to work on them, I think. So let me start making let's go. I want to keep working off the lower spectrum here.
Will it take long?
Nope. Come on, I said free up workstation, should be moving.
I saw Stranger Things.
You saw Stranger Things? I saw the first 2 seasons of it myself, and then it was going downhill, so I stopped watching it. And it has gone way downhill by the end, according to what I've seen and heard. I will say, you can knock out flour quick. Cooking the
Dinner
flour
time!
takes substantially longer. I hope this flatbread does give me quite a bit of skill up, because I would rather make fewer things that are better and are giving me more experience than if this is getting me like 0.1 experience for flatbread, but I can make it in mass quantities
The sound
if
of
I have
burnt
mass
leaves
crafting.
reminds me of how much still needs to be done before winter.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this. I'm going to look at my specifically production technology, because that's what I care about. 320.7. I'm going to see what 10 takes me to.
Winter is coming.
Okay, so I said 320 was 30. It was 3020.7. So now it's 3027.6. So that's not bad. So 3027.6 for that. Then let's check. I want to check flatbread with onions, and I'm doing a little bit of data tracking here at the same time. So let's come back into here, and then we're going to go in and bread. We do 10 of these. So I'm actually okay with the flatbread. I would like to get something better,
Damn.
but the basic flatbread's
Well,
reasonable.
I don't think anyone will taste a bit of blood.
I kind of expect this to be pretty much the same though, which is a bit disappointing. So I'm expecting 30-34 range. Production 33.6, so yeah, that's in that range. It's actually 33.6. Seems like it's going to be less. Okay, so what I want is equals this minus this done first divided by 10. Enter, yeah. So yeah, the flatbread with onion gets you 0.69 per combine. I'm sorry, the flatbread gets you 0.69 per combine. The flatbread with onion gets you 0.6 per combine. So less. That's wrong. Let me look at.
Hey!
the-
I was using
yes,
that!
I know. That's why I asked nicely to free up the workstation. Gravy. If we do 10 of these, where does that take us?
I wish I had a significant other as well.
Okay. Okay, meat with gravy brings us to 3046. Which gets us to 1.26. Actually need to reverse these numbers that I set, so we do 19 and 18, because technically it's giving me, I didn't sequence them, so it would subtract the smaller number from the larger number, so I was still getting the right answer, but it was coming out as negatives. So that is working. Let's look at I don't think I can do did I get anybody working in the woodshed yet? Or not the woodshed, the let's see, just get management, working production, the workshop yet. Yes, I do. They are not set up to really make anything. They have not been making anything yet all this time. See edit, we're gonna add the bulb, we're gonna add the wooden vial. I need to buy more and get those added, but for right now this gets me what I want. What I want them to do is get me some bowls made up. I will not stay like this, but this is just to get them to have a couple bowls done. If we go in, is there something else that I might want to make that also maybe uses a plate? I don't have any sour milk yet. I don't really have milk yet either, so you can't make anything from there. I think all of these are going to use bowls, which I don't have any. I think all of these are going to use bowls, as soups would be likely to do.
Hey! I was using that!
You just complained because you were using the other one. So, let's also verify. Yeah, so I've actually got enough people also crafting that it's throwing off my numbers. So, all of my numbers are drunk right now. I need to test this basically at night when nobody else is working. But it seems like, honestly, the meat with gravy, because I changed stations, was probably the biggest jump. Could have also been affecting my flatbread being higher than it would be, so it might be like a 0.5, a 0.5, and a 0.1. Because, again, if I looked at it and then I had to clear out the station, that's time other crafting is being done. My skill is going up. Because this does increase a little bit when your workers are doing stuff. You don't have to do it all. So I'm going to table what I was doing. Let's throw up a market stall. And also I need to get some new houses too, but let me market stalls are kind of listed. We're actually going to throw up a few. Services, market stalls. They're nice and small, so they can be like here. Few buildings, services, market stall. That's a bit of an annoyance. So I want, yeah, let's go ahead and we'll take out this one. And queue, buildings, services, market stall. We'll drop it on here. Queue, buildings, services, market stall. Really, I don't mind having some of them have space, but it's like everywhere I think I want to put one, there ends up being another tree. Buildings, marquee, buildings, services, market stall. Okay. These are nice quick builds. They don't use up a lot of planks, they don't use up a lot of logs, they do use some linen, but I should have that. Actually, I don't have much of it. I am very surprised that she is not stockpiled. Well, I did just make a bunch of bags and I didn't make any of the linen, so I guess I can't knock my seamstress for that. How are we doing on stockpile? We've got a good stockpile of thread though, at least. So we can jump straight into making more linen cloth. sewing production we can speed up. Might as well do that. Sword durability loss. Could go ahead and bump up the cooking knowledge too, since that's, like I said, that's one of the things that I typically like to do a lot of to kind of drive my production higher, and it's where I was just focusing most of my efforts. So let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and max these out, mainly because we've already got the other earlier things up. So doing this, it's more about getting the advancement here now than it is, because this is your key one to get to production, to get to the smithy unlock, the sewing hut unlock, the tavern unlock. The workshop is more minor. Looking at this like, what do I want? I mean, I want to be able to make the wine bottles so that when I finally unlock the tavern, I can make, you know, plum wine, pear wine, particularly plum wine. I need to have, I assume I need a wine bottle to make that. Required resources, 1 plum juice. Doesn't actually say it requires a wine bottle. That's sad if none of the wines actually require a wine bottle. Do the juices require a wine bottle? Yes, okay, so you need a wine bottle to make the juices, and then you turn the juices into wine. Alright. Let's get going on. But yeah, that's, you can't make these until the very end of the game. Sometimes I don't like things like that. I mean, the plum juice is amazing. Or, I'm sorry, the plum juice is good. 100% more damage. The plum wine is amazing. But you can't make any of them until you are literally at the end game. It's like, okay, I've built the highest level production building. So anything after here, it's just biding time, which is another part of why I've never made it to actually playing as my heir, is because you get there, even in these short seasons, you're gonna have those unlocked by what, year 7 at worst case scenario. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm over halfway on all. Well, okay, I'm over a quarter of the way here. We're in year 3, so. But we're also at the point where I'm having more time to make stuff because I'm not doing farming. I can push to get this progressing now, whereas I really didn't have time to push it before. This I'm over halfway there. This I'm over halfway to max. This one I'm definitely over halfway to max. So everything except the production, I'm already over halfway there anyway. So it's like, it's not really, you're getting the good stuff right at the point where you've got nothing that you need the good stuff for, because you're basically playing a sim at that point, which I get. That's what the village builders are. It's a lot of sim essentially. It's just it doesn't, the challenge of the game just plummets once you're not having to advance anymore. Let's keep going, see if maybe I can figure out a good way to bring some of it back. Okay, so we're definitely outside of the normal time. Let's let's do this. First of all, escape in technology. Okay, so we're at 3100.9. So let me go restart my tracking with 3100.9 as my baseline. Nobody but me is crafting. We're going to do same order just so I don't have to resequence stuff. We did flatbread. Oh, that's one. Jeez, if that's so flatbread 9. Because I do want I do like having a little bit more accuracy in it that you get from having 10 of them. Because, for instance, you only see that first decimal place. So if it's tracking anything more than that, like if it's, you know, actually getting me 0.55 instead of just 0.5, I'm not going to see that distinction other than I'll see a variance. Well, maybe I get 0.5, maybe I get 0.6. If I actually make more of them, I will get that extra digit worth of accuracy. Okay. So, let's see, and we're now at 3104.9. So totally 104.9. Instantly, that alone is making it so that I really don't think it's worth doing flatbread, because flatbread is 0.4, getting 0.4 each, not the 0.69 that I thought I was getting. So next we're gonna get back out of here. We're gonna command bled, frat bled with onion. We're gonna do 10 of these. I'm honestly expecting the same. Maybe I'll get a 0.5. But I'm expecting a 0.45. I'm certainly not expecting like the 0.6 that I got previously. But again, I fully expected I was getting other stuff, so I knew 0.6 was the absolute ceiling cap that it could have been. But I expect 0.4. I don't even really expect 0.5. If there are, you know, hundredths of an experience that you're getting when you're doing these, then maybe a 0.45. But I honestly think it's going to be the same. I should also, I probably should also be looking at time too, and I was not. So we are at 31.089 or 3108.9. So that's flat with onion, 3108.9. Yes, so those are 0.4 a piece as well. Let's see if we come in here. Does it say time 5.6 seconds, time 4.9 seconds? So definitely flatbread are better than flatbread with onions. 4.9, 5.6, and these are probably like 5 and 6 or something like that. 4.9, 5.6. So then we can do this equals that divided by that. Enter. So this is going to be now let's edit this to that divided by that times 60. So it gives us a better variable. It doesn't do straight math. I've got to add the mathematical editor to it. So that's 4.89 experience per minute making flatbread. It is 4.28 experience per minute making meat with gravy. I'm sorry, making flatbread with onions. We're going to do roasted meat. Those are 2.1 seconds. I'm going to do 10 of these because what I'm thinking is doing sort of a combo here. So, insert one row above. We'll do roasted meat. This was 2.1 seconds. And then it's done. Okay, let's see, we got 3111.9. Now, this is going to be horrible. I expected it to be horrible. That is going to get us at, oh, that didn't work at all. I didn't have the right edit. That is actually, it's actually not horrible. It's 0.3 instead of 0.4. And that is going to get us at no, that's not right. So that's, oh, I didn't run that across. So actually I had, but I don't know why it changed. But anyway, that is actually 8.5 experience per minute making roasted meat versus 4.89 making the flatbread, which of course was still better than the flatbread with onions. 8.9 making roasted meat versus 4.89 making flatbread. That's insane. Let me double check, make sure. Yep, 2.1 seconds. I did that right. Okay, let's do other meat with gravy. This is 3.5 seconds. Make 10 of those. So this is 3.5. Let's drag my formula down again. I can even do porridge, stew, since those are recipes that I have available. And I've already done. I'll do another data confirmation real quick. 3.5 seconds, that's what I have. 3.5, and we're going to look at, so now we're at 3119, so 3119.9. The meat with gravy is 0.8. So then, let me add another row below because I am running out of free space here. I've got more spreadsheet data below this where I'm running this. So let me actually do this as well. Insert below. No, that is not below. Try this again. I'm pretty sure I did. Insert below. There we go. Alright. So then if we do meat with gravy and let's do roasted meat and meat with gravy. So the total would be, actually first let's continue these formulas down so I'm not messing up the later formulas with what I'm about to add in. Okay, now we come in and we make this. It's still going to be the 3119.9 here. That was the last one, but we're going to edit. Why did that? Oh, because there was 0 change. We're going to edit this. So now this is going to be, instead of line 22 that we're looking at, we're actually doing, instead of 23 and 22, we're looking at line 22 and 20. So we're taking the meat with gravy number, subtracting, this still minus, because it's unchanged, but that at least keeps it, it's the same logic in which line it's looking for there. Subtracting that, we're getting this total, we're dividing that by 10. That's correct. So we're getting 1.1 for each meat with gravy, and we're dividing that by the combined times now of 5.6. So even if you count for, to make a meat with gravy, I also have to make roasted meat. The combined experience per minute of making X number of roasted meat and meat with gravy. So if I was making 100 of each, then I'm still getting, over the time that I'm making those two sets of 100, 11.78 experience per minute in production technology versus the 4.89 to make flatbread. If I want to go back, I can look at how much I'm getting from making flour, but I'm really not expecting that to be much, and that's going to be farming, not production. So I'm getting no extra production technology. I'm just scaling up something else when I do that. So like meat with gravy is blowing the other options out of the water now, even if you're accounting for making the roasted meat as well. Let's go to porridge. Come on. We're gonna go here. No, porridge is. I still don't. They never made any bowls. Dang it! They didn't make any bowls. Okay, so let's go in. Let me edit my sheet. I'll go back. I'm going to set this back to use the other value. 2. So that'll use that value, which will be unchanged. And then I can set this for after I've made 2 sets of bowls. Now we're going to make 10 sets of bowls. Give me plenty of bowls to play with. I'm going to run out of time here though. So I'm going to have to finish checking this in winter. Hopefully I can get some of this checked quickly in winter before they start producing things again. See if I can knock these porridges out. So real quick, 3124.9 here. 124.9. I mean, that's worth looking at separately too. Insert one row above for this. No. Complete row. Insert one row above here. So this is gonna get this back to that number. This will be bowls. I did 10 combines of bowls. So we're going to do bowls x5. because I'm identifying that I'm making 5 bowls. We got to 31, 20, 24.9. Jesus, my fingers are hitting extra buttons and hitting the wrong buttons when I decide to go back and resolve it a specific way. Okay, so that's going to be, let me continue it up from this one. So that is 0.5 per combine. And then I didn't look at how long it takes to make that. I will check that out later. But that was pretty quick. I'm expecting that'll be like somewhere in the roasted meat range of like an 8 or so. But anyway, let's get back into this. So porridge is going to run with that number. Oh no, porridge. Soups. Porridges are 10. And of course, eventually one of these is going to be interrupted, which might be this one because that wedge is super tiny. The arrow looks like it's right on the line. Five. This was 3.4 I'm seeing, so it's probably 3.5 seconds again. Where is it? 3.5, yeah, okay. T. So we're gonna make this 3.5 seconds. Porridge number is 3130.9. It's not great. Well, yeah, it's actually the same as the average for the meat with gravy and the roasted meat, which is 1.1. Which means actually you're getting more making porridge than you're doing making meat with gravy, and you're making in the same amount of time. So porridge is currently in the lead. Didn't look like it would be, but hey, is that right? Because no, something's off there. We're at 3130.9. I was at 3124.9. I'm subtracting. Oh, I subtract. That is still. That sequence has gotten thrown off. So this should be subtracting that minus this. This is the problem. This is in the wrong spot. Minus that. Divided by 10. See if I made. Yeah, that's in the wrong spot too. The bowls are off. Now the bowls are going to work out okay though, because it's looking at the same number in the end after all, because of how I ended up changing things from. Let's go ahead and make it there. This is looking at that time, which is fine, minus that time to get the total of the 2, which is correct. Okay, so porridge ended up being 0.6 each for a average of 10.28 per minute. So that's closer to where I thought it would be. I thought it would be less than the meat with gravy, and probably even less. Well, actually no, it was the bowl. I was thinking it would be closer to the roasted meat times, but still I didn't think porridge was better than the meat with gravy. Let me look at production. That would be kitchen, no kitchen 2. I want to see also while I'm here, does it show me the times here? I think it does. So porridge doesn't include the time here. That's disappointing. But yeah, it's something that's 2 oat grain in a bowl. It's pretty simple. I think potentially the stew might be about the same as meat with gravy, maybe. I'm also curious what scrambled eggs will come to. I should have eggs now. Let's go ahead and buy scrambled eggs. Alright, so let's do soups, pottage. I'm curious what pottage comes to. 4.9. I'm not going to get these done. Yeah. Okay, so stew, we got to realize that's 4.9 each. Thief was caught red-handed trying to steal resources, tries to make escape and convince you that he did this because of poverty. Now it's up to you to decide what to do with him. It would either be let him go and banish him, or I would cut off his hands. I would not order someone else to cut off his hands. Let him go and banish him, I think is going to... I'm going to go with the time-honored tradition of I'm going to cut off his hands. 50 Dynasty, and that's just straight up negative? Come on now. Alright, well, so be it. Though realistically, it would have been one hand, not both. Okay. Alright, so real quick before we get going again.
Oh.
Come on. I can't move at all. I can't. This is... what the heck? I'm not getting any key input. I mean, it works. I can Alt-Tab. I can Alt-Tab back to the game, click in the game. But I'm getting nothing at all when I'm in game. Okay, there we go. Alright. Load game. Autosave winter, yes. That was like a good chunk of my time before everybody else starts crafting and throwing off my numbers was going to be wasted there, just not being able to do anything. Alright, so this is winter. I'm going to come over here and real quick I'm going to grab those, pull my inventory off. I'm not going to bother putting these away. I'm not going to bother checking the time on that because that'll be there. I want to get here, soups, stew, R10, get cooking. I'm assuming that it's a lack of more carrots that's preventing me from making more than 14 of these, because I really haven't made many carrots. I farmed a small supply so I would be able to complete the King's Quest. I honestly expected more than I have gotten, clearly. But this is actually using 2 carrots, not 1, so that's kind of reasonable. I probably thought that it would only use 1 carrot. Okay, so we'll finish these. We did see it was 4.9 seconds for the stew. Double check, 4.9. T. Now, I didn't see if this was unchanged, but it should have been. I'll have a little bit of a sanity check just by how much this is getting. So this is actually pretty good. So 31, 37.9. So far, all of these have been even single decimal numbers, single decimal place, and this is 0.7 for this, so it's not as good as the meat and gravy, but it's better than the average of meat and gravy and roasted meat. Actually, no, it's not in a per time because this takes longer. So it's actually works out to exactly the same as the average, no, as the roasted meat alone. So stew is no better than roasted meat. So meat with gravy is better than roasted meat. So the average of doing both is also better. Roasted meat still in the lead. I could do pottage. I'll try to. I want to do. I think pottage is the next one that I've often done. Soups, pottage, 10. I didn't catch the time. That was 50. I think that 5.5. Yeah, or maybe 5.4 is the first number that I catch, so probably 5.5. Pottage, which means it's probably not going to work out well, because that's just too long. Things that take a long time to cook generally don't, or long time to make generally don't work out to a good per time value when you're dealing with the cooking stuff. Which is the only thing that even makes flatbread feasibly decent, is that compared to some of these others, it's relatively quick cooking, believe it or not. I mean, actually I'd say it's more average. Alright, so the pottage was 5.6. Let's see. So as long as I'm not going, well, I guess from here I could go map and see that we're before, I think before 9 o'clock we're still safe and they're not making stuff yet. But we'll definitely know if my numbers get thrown off, where it's not an even decimal point, that's where they're making stuff again. So production 3149.9. Bring my formula down a few more lines. Bring this formula down a few more lines. Okay. So here, the pottage actually gives you a decent quantity, but it comes up slightly behind the meat and gravy in per time. So it gives you a 1.2 per combined. The 55 seconds versus 35 seconds to make, or the 5.5 versus 3.5 to make them brings the meat with gravy slightly above pottage in the specific time for that. If you account for making the roasted meat, the pottage is better. So pottage is 13.09 experience per minute, whereas the meat with gravy was 13.71 per minute, until the roasted meat brings it down if you're making both. If we do I have enough? I want to test scrambled eggs now. But real quick, soups, stew, soup, mushroom soup. I should be able to make 10 of those, it looks like. Yeah, let's do our
I should bring my relatives over.
10.
Maybe not have much.
Hearing somebody talking at me already kind of concerns me that they're going to work. I think I'm hearing other things in the background too, so I think this one's going to be thrown off. Okay, so this was 2.1. That's really quick. Let's see how this works out. So 3156.1. Yep, they're definitely making stuff. I got the average of 0.62, so not 0.6. So we're gonna insert a line above this. Time shift, and then we'll put a new number. I'll just put pending in that field to indicate that I need to do it. So 2.1 to make, this was making the mushroom soup. We want to do, let's look at what else we want to do. So if we do soups, so all the soup actually is different than like the stew. I don't have any beetroot, so I can't make that. I think I'm gonna go ahead and plant like a field of these to do some testing with. I should probably just
Winter's the only
buy
season when
30
day is overthrown
beetroot so
by
I can
night.
test it. That makes more sense. Test it quick, decide if I want to make it. Probably test, so 30 beetroot. Cabbage I have, I'll need 60, so 51 carrots. 30 beetroot, 51 carrots. No. 30 beetroot because it's 3 of them. I'm not making twice as many with carrots. I'm making 20 carrots. So 11 carrots. So 30 beetroots, 11 carrots. I'll buy I need to get more eggs. How do they not have but 10 eggs? I've collected 10 eggs from the chickens. Okay, I need to look into that. So let's just put a note here. 30 beetroot, 11 carrots. Okay. So I need at least, or I want to get at least 30 times, so I want to get at least 60 eggs. And I have 10. There's no reason for me to only have 10 eggs. And also everything that I've been making is dropped to half already, freshness. So everything that I had made was dropped to 50. I guess the flatbread dropped a little slower, so that's at least convenient. Collect up this manure that you don't collect. I like to try to swing by here daily and try to remember to do that more often. What is up with you? Why aren't you? Oh, you just clicked. All this time, this is like 2-3 solid seasons, maybe longer. Animal husbandry. I assigned you to the hen house. This is why I don't like their notification. There's no distinction in these that actually have someone working and the ones that don't. That is insane. And if I make a change, then like if I come in here and I edit this so that it has him collecting eggs and feathers, then sure, my number of alerts might change. But I can't do that beforehand because it's even worse. Alright, so right now I definitely want him just doing eggs. Because I want to try to get 30 eggs fairly quickly, and even that's actually no 60 eggs fairly quickly. Even this, it's 2 days for him to get 60 eggs. We can supplement that some by coming up in here and saying these nests with eggs I'll go ahead and collect. So if I can even get to 15, which it looks like I can. That's a 70, so there is one in there as well. But even if there wasn't at a 70% nest, I want to go ahead and collect that. So if there was an egg here, I'd collect it, but it's not. We'll let that try to get an egg. So like this is 12 and 6. What's the 6? I would think it would be these that actually have alerts, but that would only be 5. Do we get 2 here, 3 here? No, it's just, and okay, I've got 3 of these. I've got nobody working there. I know it's not set. I know 2 of them aren't even crafted yet. Actually, all 3 of them aren't even crafted yet. I know that. The herbalist hut, it's no resources. What? Okay. So it's probably missing like clay vials. Yeah. All right. Good. Glad I get that alert there. But it's buried in so much other stuff that it's not effective. You have these alerts for me, and many of them don't even apply. I can say, well, let's do this before it gets too late. Come in here. I am going to take going into farming and animal husbandry. So let's look at chickens. I have that being worked. I've got the pigs being worked. The sheep. I have 3 sheep now. 3 harvestable animals. Let's call it that. I still have no harvestable animals with the cows. So let's come back to here. We're going to go in and look at and go into the fold that has the animals, and we're going to assign someone who is maximum level farming, which I had at least one person who had a 7 farming. What happened? To my knowledge, nothing should reduce. I mean, is the thief that I cut off his hands one of my people? You didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me one of my people that was the most skilled people in my camp was the thief. And even if you did, my choices were either cut off his hands or banish him. I would have lost him anyway. What happened to my one person who was at a 7 farming? At least one person was 7 farming. I mean, it's not even like that person's pregnant now and not a farmer, because there's still... What? Farming. Okay. Alright, so this is the... Okay, it's showing me available workers, so it is somebody who was pregnant. Okay, alright. Let me calm down. I got a little upset there. It's didn't show her because she is now pregnant and not available. Even though I guess it's late so you're pregnant for 3 seasons. My guess is the 3rd season you can no longer work. I thought you could work until you had the baby, but I've definitely see where you're pregnant and it becomes pregnant. I think, and you have pregnant and you're not pregnant here, you're still working. These 2 are pregnant and they are pregnant as their job. So I would hope that it's essentially third trimester. I hope it's not second trimester. It's like, all right, nope, I'm already stopping working. Because again, especially in this time frame, you worked as much as you could, even when you were pregnant. Now, if I have a lumberjack that's pregnant, I can see by the time you're in your third trimester, maybe you would stop being a lumberjack. Women wouldn't have been lumberjacks to start with, so I honestly don't even care for that excuse. But let's go now. Sure, there might be an exception out there, and won't argue that. But as a whole, as a standard, the women would not have been doing those jobs. Um, so let's come back in here. I'm sorry, we're going to come back in here. Gotten past the reason why what I was looking for wasn't there. We'll assign a sixth farmer. Uh, if I have one here, it's a male. That's good. I can pull them straight off the farm, so I don't have to take them from a barn. There. So now I have a farmer there. Let's go. Oh, actually, I already was in that. Let's go into here. Let's not forget to edit the assignment so I can get milk. You don't want to. You want wool. Um, you get the milk from the cattle. They're just not old enough to be producing yet. Um, I'm going to test just how much milk I can get. Uh, so, milk, I guess I have to, let's set it for 20%. No, it'll show me I can get stuff off the sheep right away. And I'm pretty sure I had, are they saying you can only get the milk from the pregnant sheep? Or the sheep once they've had a baby? That would be an interesting idea. They have to at least have had a child before they start producing milk. That would kind of be interesting. Um, but or maybe they have to reach a certain age. There's some way to establish why that they're not getting any milk here at all. But as one little sanity check, we're going to go ahead and escape out, let time tick by, go back in, and see if maybe now we're actually harvesting. Because sometimes when you're first setting things, nope, just not at all. So I definitely don't want to spend time getting no milk. So we're going to go over here to wool. We've got that. Let's do our sanity check again. Especially since the little icon is still sort of yellow and that the hammer is. But we got the eggs coming in. We've got in the pigsty. We've got the manure coming in. The cow shed isn't up and running yet. The stable doesn't produce anything. Okay. Whoo-sa. Alright, so now the next thing is we go in, and in my barns I want to assign by skill level all of my farmers to a barn. Assign by skill level farmer. It doesn't even keep that sequence between each assignment. Okay. So I've got everybody in a barn. I have 3 people that are in a farm and not doing anything. We want to resolve that. So I do want to build another barn. I pretty much already decided that fact, but we're now pushing forward with it. 2. Let's come over here. Buildings. Farming. I can't build a 3 yet, but we can build right up to a 2. I could build it just here. Man, that would require chopping that tree down. I don't want to do that. I want to kind of keep it relatively close, but yeah, we'll just put it like right here. I'm not even worried about the sticks and stones, and just sticks and stones because it's winter. There's nothing else that I would be able to harvest. Okay. This up. I will need to go make some more planks. I'm pretty sure no, the barn still uses straw, so I don't need to make planks. I do want to check it. I did. A mistake I made is I didn't take, like, I harvested none of the cabbage last season. I also, another mistake I made is I didn't go in. I was so focused on the crafting, I know, and I just saw the confirmation that a lot of the field wasn't planted. Really? So I can do this, but I can't do those. Okay. I can barely get that one. Can I get this one at all? Let's get that here. Let's get that here. Right on the edge of the resource storage. Okay, now can I get to where I can hit this? Yep, we can hit that. And the last thing in question is, can I get... Yes. Oh, dang it. Nope. I had it. Gotta be right at the edge. Oh, that's so close. That is so close. Oh, Lord. I pulled it off. That's what you call key placement there. If that building was 1 inch further away, I would not have been able to build it. That is just clutch. Okay. So we have that done. Oh, right. I built it, but I haven't done anything with it yet. Let's do something with it. Let's grab the last farmers. Farmer, profession, farmer, profession, farmer. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. I'm doing animal feed, which is a fine thing to do regardless. Doing primarily manure, secondary rot. I'm probably getting low on rot because I didn't grab the cabbage and get it out, so that's gonna be a tiny bit of a problem, I expect. I want all this cabbage out here to rot, because I still have plenty of cabbage left to cook with for now. X, not F. What do we have in here for rot? So we also have 13 eggs now, but the big point is I had more than 5 because I needed 5 to get to 15. So after this day, I should at least have 30 eggs to make one of the scrambled egg recipes. And currently now we're at 22, so I only need 8 more eggs before I can do that, and they'll get that today. Let's see, what else do we have? Let's put everything that I had that was made yesterday into be eaten. The stuff that, anything that I have that is fresh, I'm going to try to sell it. Which means, well, at least for the most part, because I've got people that are cooking meat with gravy now. I'm going to go ahead and take those. Alright, so my fish, I've got just another year before those fish start to rot, so I need to probably slice and maybe go ahead and salt some fish. Because I do like having, could have sworn the salted fish had had a higher value of less food consumption. It's the best food for less food consumption. Is there something that's better than the salted fish that I might have been thinking of? Dried fish has 55% less food consumption and doesn't need salt to make. Convenient. 700 seconds, whereas the salted fish is 600 seconds. But then, oh no, that's salted meat, it says. I was about to say, what the AI answer it was giving me was not correct for salted fish, but it's just saying, it's saying dried fish meat and salted meat, so not salted fish. Let's go into the, is the wiki here? Thought there was like a medieval dynasty wiki. This may not be the best one, but let's see what we have if we look at key content, buildings, production. No. Items. And then can we go to food? And then I don't want gifts. I want see farming and food. Let's go to the other food. Your format is horrible. No. I mean, geez, you've got... You're trying to fit a table on not even half the page. And you've got this gray border that... If I sign in, can it show me better? Can it show me a better format? What? No. Oh, you're making me register. I'm already... Oh, fine. Okay. That's the username. So this is fandom. Let me go get my fandom password, which I'm sure is here somewhere. Fandom, where are you? No, not there. So it could be, if I don't have it listed as fandom, it's probably some other forum's name. Ah, I hate these things. Or who knows, fandom was probably different at some time. Anyway, so we'll do a new entry, title, fandom, username, my username. Let's do forgot password, username, reset password, change users, Receive an email, supposedly. I don't know why I don't have... email website. Check. Refresh. So there we go. Fandom. Reset your fandom password. Set new password. Open password generator. That number of characters. Also include some of the likely common special characters without going overboard. You know what? No, I'm gonna first try to just go overboard. Let's do this. Let's go overboard because frankly I prefer to go overboard. It's just annoying when you don't accept going overboard. Okay, so we grab this. Oh, you sent me a recovery code now too. So you already had me deal with you sending me please use, okay, so that's Lord. Okay, verify code. Alright. Username, it's all there. New password. Save. Looks like you took it. Not going to save it now. Let's do a save here. Come back and enter in. Okay, we're finally logged in. Sure, why not? Now I have to come back to here. Go back to food. Refresh. Okay, I can hide, there we go. Okay. So there's page tools detail. If you're not in, you can't see. If you're in, you can see it and then hide it. And that gets it from blocking over a third of their little graphic chart. So now if we come in and let's just search for consumption. So I can get 50% less food and water consumption for 120 seconds if I eat raw roach, and 20% poisoning. Seems like a foolish thing to do. 30% less stamina consumption for fish meat. I don't care about stamina. I need less. See, I want to know food consumption, but I can't search for food consumption because food and water consumption might be a thing. Water consumption, stamina, 45% less food consumption for roasted fish meat for 60 seconds. 70% less food consumption for 650 seconds for salted fish meat. That's just wrong. This is outdated. Ah, boy. So it doesn't even matter. Consumption for 60 seconds. Do I want to go? I don't really. Edit section, preserved foods. Salted fish meat. Salted fish meat is 20% less food consumption for 600 seconds. Can I do a Is there a save or a submit or something? Save. This is minor. Dated salted fish meat food consumption value. Shown value. I will call that a minor edit. I don't know if other people consider it a minor edit or not. Okay, so it really makes me think if the dry fish value is accurate. Let's go ahead and I've already verified that even if I don't bring it with me, when I come out and do stuff, it's going to pull the lowest lowest value. So let's do fish meat. Let's do 10. I don't know how many that's going to get me as far as taking out those lowest value fishes, those less fresh fishes. I may have gone from 25% to the 37.5, or I may have gone all the way up to like 75%. Okay. Alright, so we have fish meat now. If we come over here to dry it, jeez, here we go. Dried fish meat are, so this is, dang it, let's do 20, because I don't want to be here forever. So the dried fish meat now is 55% for 700 seconds. That is dried fish meat, 55. So the dried fish meat is accurate. The salted fish meat is not, but that's fine. That means now I can make dried fish meat instead of making salted fish meat. It does not require that I have salt. And when I do, you will burn through food so less often. What I could do is, how much is the dried fish meat getting in a food value? So, food, dried fish meat. It's only plus 12. What I really wish I could do is combine the foods, get as far as having my villagers eat, because what I would like to say is eat this meat with gravy and then eat a dried fish meat, or eat a dried fish meat and then if you're below 60%, and you still have the dried fish meat buff, eat a meat with gravy. And just sort of combine them so that they're getting the bulk of their food from meat and gravy, but they're keeping the dried fish meat buff going. And if there's a way to do that, I don't know how it is, and I don't expect it would work without knowing how to set it up right. But we can now put those over here, minus a couple. If my own food is, and dried unlike salted doesn't, my own food is below 12%. So I can go ahead and eat one of these. And we'll just throw also, let's throw all the fish meat in. Let's throw, no, let's not throw, let's pull. 24 food, 33 food, 61 doesn't have the other as far as I'm concerned. Let's stick with the ones that are the lowest, which is what I've had. You know, the 50 that I carried are the lowest, so it's at least a decent sign that I'm not really low on other stuff. So if we combine the dried fish meat buff, I shouldn't need much food at all. So I think those two will last me. So go ahead and, oh, I didn't, dang it, I got distracted. So I want to see, I wanted to see how much rot was over in the food storage, and I still haven't looked at that. But let's look at, got 531 fertilizers, so I have most of the fertilizer. I need another 270 for the next season. I'm out of manure is what it boils down to. I may have still some on me that I collected, yeah. So that'll keep them at least crafting while I look at how much. If I don't have a substantial amount of rot, which I think I don't, I might be in a bit of a quandary. Rot, okay, got plenty of rot, good. So there is 60 some odd manure, so anything more than like 20 manure a day and they're gonna burn through it. So we want to go to management, production, barns, which I've got 3 barns running that are all gonna be pretty efficient on what they're doing, so it's more like 10 manure a day, or 10, even 10 combines, which is that's 10 manure, it's 5 combines, that's what I meant. So even 2% is going to get them through that manure. Now there's more coming in, but I don't know how quickly that is. Let's go. So 10 combines across all 3 would get me the 30 manure, which is 60, 30 combines, which is 60 manure, which is what I had. I don't think he's getting that much, so I definitely want to be sub 10, which is basically either 8 or 5. So we will go 5. This is going to set my standard, so I think the others are less skilled, so I could possibly get away with that, and the others wouldn't be quite as much, but it's pushing it, so we'll do that. Let's go ahead and I'm getting more animals, so let's get more feed coming in. So let's do that, and then I may come back and change that actually, because I just thought of something. There. So that is going to get, that's 1,000. So that's 1,500. I'm going to burn through that rock pretty quickly. I think it's going to take a couple days. But at least I will also know that in doing so, I've got fertilizer. So that's not a bad thing to have happen. So we're doing 42.58 is what my standard's going to be. So we're going to come over here. We're going to do manure down to 2. Going to go up to 40 and the remainder 58. Okay. And then barn, this will be totally unset. Just going to throw it all in. I will make the exception of wheat grain. I just never have. Honestly, oat grain probably shouldn't be there, at least not anytime soon, because oat, I basically make one field of it so that I can make animal feed. Otherwise, I wouldn't make oat at all. So yeah, I would rather stop making oat than have oat be made, or stop farming oat and do a different yield, say an extra field of flax, most likely, rather than convert oat to flour. I will have rye flour and wheat. There's no benefit to it. You're not producing enough flour from wheat that it's worth doing fields of wheat that take substantially longer to grow than the field of rye does. So those will be my assignments, and then we're going to do real easy. The manure we're at 2. The animal feed is 40. Yeah, 40 and 58. And 58. Alright, so that's 81.5 plus, let's make it 220 to 223.1. 380, I said 3, so 381.5, which is going to be almost 4,000. It's going to be a little under 4,000 a day times 3 days gets me to 12,000 rot. So they're not going to run out of rot unless people skill up substantially. Well, not even substantially. If I get a couple skill ups, they're going to burn through the rot, I think. But that's fine. I've got a ton more rot coming. That's 1,700. That's 17,000 in rot right there, sitting and waiting. Technically, it's like 8 rot short of 17,000. So I will have plenty of rot to be done next season. I have enough rot to keep them busy, and that's enough for them to make plenty of fertilizer with. I'm gonna kind of swing by here. No, I just emptied it, but what the heck. You will notice that the smaller it is, the less time it takes to collect, so that's at least a reasonably useful feature. I might be able, nope, they're still too young to poop at all. Can get a few more. Dang it. Let's get you out of here then. Can get a few few more manure from the horses and the cattle, but they're like 5 each. And they do, it is, how quickly you can collect it is by a percentage, whether it's 20, 40, so you are spending a little bit more time just to get 5 out of each one, but it gets you some more. Because I just want to push, and I don't have them making a lot of manure, but I don't want them to run out of it either. Just, I hate wasting that, so we'll put a little bit extra manure there. Let's see here, what else do we want to do? I've made bowls for what I need. Do we have... Are you making so many buckets of water that we're running out of empty buckets? Currently, no, but that's not a lot either. So how many buckets do I have that are weapons? Just these. So that's a few more at least. Wood. Oh, hell yeah, wood.
Will it take long?
No, well, yes, it will. But I'm trying to think. So it's only half a day. I'm gonna do 40, and I think actually after this it's gonna be soon to walk my dog, feed her, eat myself. So we're gonna go ahead and call the stream here. I'll basically make the firewood that I'm making here. I'll toss that in, then I'll come back, and I'm gonna make a big order of firewood. I'm gonna do like 150, 200 firewood, and then while that's cooking, I'll do those other things. I'll definitely at least have walked and fed my dog by then. I might cancel whatever firewood I have at that point and go do something else that will take a long time. Like I could really use, I'm sure I've got a ton of flax that needs to be worked into thread, and then thread into linen. So I could start up something like that. Essentially, I'm going to eat up the winter just crafting. So when I pick up the stream next time, I will probably have gone through winter. I will spend most of it crafting. Hopefully, I'll complete the data set that I've been doing, and I'll have a more detailed answer as to what the best way to get production skill up per minute is. That isn't based on smithing, because I do realize probably something in smithing, but you're having to gather far more resources to do the kind of bulk crafting to get skill ups than you're going to get out of smithing. So it'll be either cooking or sewing that I expect will be the final answer. Though I do have the disadvantage of, if I don't get skill ups, sewing is going to be at a disadvantage because it's not getting the reduced speed. Because I don't think I've completed that yet. So let's check that real quick. So my skills for crafting. So I also have cooking knowledge. So I'm getting more experience from cooking than any of the others. I might see if there's a way I can account for that, which basically, you know, if I take the experience that I'm getting, I multiply it by 1.15. Theoretically, that's going to do it, but I'm not 100% sure. It might not. And then the sewing is not getting the full time reduction as these others do. If I'm close, no, it just maxed out at 10. So I could take the I think I might go ahead and take the potion. Like I actually thought these you could go past 10, but I guess not. I may take the potion to reset, and then like the durability loss in hammers are minor. I could have put that point in sewing expert. Maybe even taken just for data gathering, taking the points out of cooking, or I would not invest the points in cooking knowledge and rerun those numbers for the cooking things. That may be something I'll do. Because if I do... trying to think if I want to... What I could even do is not put any of the points in, find out what the baselines are. And then, you know, get all the baselines, then also go through and say, okay, if you have cooking knowledge and cooking expert, you get this. If you have, you know, each one, you're going to end up with these other results. And I could probably even formulaically determine what they should be, and then just do a couple crafting checks to verify that that is in fact what it ends up being. So that I wouldn't have to recreate everything. Which it sounds like something interesting to do, so I might do that. That will eat up all of winter. It might actually run longer, so I could very well see that one of the, like, at the end of the day 2, like when the people stop working, I might do a quick save, and that be when I reset the skills and do all that testing, because I can run all through all the night working. Once the workers start going again, load save and continue on there with just testing. And if I do that, then I can make my save before I possibly just before I drink the potion to reset the skills. And that way, when I'm done, I can continue on without having done any resets. So I kind of like that idea. But for now, like I said, I'm gonna put this firewood away, and I'll see you guys again at the most likely at the start of spring, and I might go into more details of what exactly I did and what some of the results were when I start to pick up Medieval Dynasty again, which may be a day or two, because I may go back to Bellwright for a couple streams before I return here. That's usually what I try to do, is skip around. So wow, I have a lot of wood. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna get insanity going. Even that's less time than I thought it would be. Alright, I'm gonna get going. I have to walk the dog and be back in under 15 minutes. So everybody take care, and as always, GG.